Alrighty, let's go. It's time. Woohoo! Oops. God, that's a big ass strawberry. Give me that, motherfucker. Oh. Give me that. Oh. Big. Manny, how's it going? The frog himself. The pirate frog. Syndron, how's it going? Akudo with the Giga Chats. All of the Twitch chatters. Been driving around the snow this morning, fun having again in front of Unreal. I wouldn't know the pain of driving in snow. I've never seen snow before. And hello YouTube virgins, I guess. Oh. I wonder what they'll have to say about that. The poor YouTubers. The poor YouTubes. I mean, none of them have said anything yet, so let's get the hair up a bit. And send me a picture of snow. Yeah, because like I've never seen it before. I've only ever heard it described in books. You know? We have snow here too. You guys are lucky. We've just got like summer rain. Like it's not cold, but it's very wet. Which is not ideal for my house. Because it's very old and the power keeps going out. Because of like short circuits in the... You know how like electricity is and you know. The White Devil or the Devil's Cocaine. There you go. All right. I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to roll. All right. First things first. Plug in. We're gonna fix it. Well, we're gonna rearrange some stuff. Anonymous, does the plugin work on Android? It should. I don't think there's anything... Can Android use runtime virtual textures? That would be the only thing I'm curious about. I don't see why it wouldn't. It's like, what is a runtime virtual texture? Well, it's a texture scene capture, blah, 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 which is everything that can run on Android. Doesn't need any deferred stuff. It should work. It's a texture that is virtual at runtime. That's it. Are you familiar with LBA? LBA. 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 What does that mean? Oh, Little Big Adventure. I haven't played it, but I recognize one of the characters from it. The little fabric boy. Alright. Berries are all gone. Wait, Little Big Adventure. Yeah, no, that's the one I'm thinking of. Wait, is it? Oh, no. I'm thinking of, Little Big Planet. That's what I'm thinking of. Little Big Adventure. I see. Interesting. It looks like a damn vibe. BVG, I haven't watched all the streams yet, but does your method use one or two render targets which stretch across the world, as a create a separate one for each interactive area? So it uses one set of render targets. So we have a little geese. I've got them set very low resolution at the moment, just for seeing how far we can push it. But yeah, it uses one set that just follows the focal point, the character. So it essentially spans the entire world, and it means that you don't have to deal with like I've seen some systems use like volumes and stuff, where like, something overlaps with the volume and then subscribes itself to that like system. Like that entire simulation system, and then you sometimes deal with like overlap where like you've got two things overlapping and you've got one thing drawing to two different systems completely separately, and it's a bit of a nightmare. So I've opted to do it just follows you around. You can change the world size of it. The default is a 20-meter radius. But yeah, that's the gist of it. This is the bubble, interaction bubble, which is for medium-sized foliage, like these reeds. We've got the water, which is over... Well, there's a puddle, but... hold on. No, that's the wind. Here's some water. And then we've got the wind. And so all of these just follow the character around. Yeah, that's the gist of it. So it's a very like hands-off sort of thing. Good night. Can you turn the heating off? Thanks. So yeah, basically like the gist of it is that the user will just, put the component on whatever needs to write to it. And that's it. Like it's always just running in the background everywhere. Even when it doesn't need to, which like for some, let's say you're in a desert, it's sort of like wasteful because you're writing to the, the foliage deformer buffer. when you don't really need to, but, you know. I mean, you're able to disable emitters. I don't know if you can do it at runtime, or whether I just have to write different permutations of it, and then you can just refresh it at runtime and whatever. There needs to be a refresh function anyway for scaling, like quality settings. So like if people want to, you know, increase the footprint resolution in their settings or something, they can do that. But yeah, that's the gist of it. So I hope that answers your question. Now, one thing that I was doing was I was gonna actually make. Now I'm just thinking, do I need a? Do you have a source of inspiration for the advection turbulence methods and whatnot? I don't. I sort of just winged it, and that's what I ended up with. So the way that the wind works, essentially it's just, well, you know, it's just velocity. There's no, like, pressure calculation or whatever. So it's just, you know, if pixel red, well, we do, like, a box blur. And then use that blurred version, or that blurred buffer, to then displace, you know, the pixels of the unblurred version, by resampling it, you know, using the blurred UVs, or sorry, using the velocity as the blurred UVs. No, the blurred velocity as an addition to the UVs when we resample the thing. So that's how we get the general advection. But I also do I like get the length of the velocity and generate almost like a normal map from it. And then add like a fraction of that to the thing. That's how we get the sort of expand dong. As well as just adding a tiny bit of the blurred sample back into it. And then for the turbulence, it's just a noise texture in what do you call it? In world space. Which... Sorry. So it's a noise texture in world space that just it's noise, but it's going through a sine, like a sine function over time. So noise plus time through a sine, so like a sine oscillation, just so it isn't completely static all the time. And then we just use that to slightly rotate the color, or like rotate the velocity. And that's how we end up with that sort of turbulence. And it rotates it by like a very small amount, because it adds up, you know, like per frame. So that's the gist of the wind, of the gas. It's not even a gas simulation, it's like a very hacky, cheap, like, you know, fluid advection, blah, blah, blah. But it looked good. I also prefer it over a true gas, like 2D gas sim, because it travels better. Like a lot of, you know, fluid gas simulations I've seen, if you know, let's say we did this puff, it would kind of just like spiral and not travel very far, which isn't really that good for like gameplay purposes. Like, you know, if we like shot a gun and we had like a You know what I mean? So yeah, that's that. That's the thing. So what we're doing right now, I wanted to see if I could split all of our thingers into separate emitters so that they were easy to like turn off and on. So like, you know, have an input emitter, then a foliage emitter, a water emitter, a wind emitter, and then eventually the footprint emitter. It would probably also maybe, possibly, probably, potentially make these easier to be toggleable at runtime, because I'm pretty sure we could like emitter update. I don't know if loop is actually relevant to a grid, but there'd be a way to like set a variable that just stops, you know, stops the thing. So that way, if we did go into the desert and we didn't need any foliage, blah, 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 we could just toggle it off. And that would be fine. Or like if someone wanted settings in their game that was like, you know, world interaction quality, and on the lower settings we disable the higher resolution stuff like the footprints. So I think I can just do it like this. I also don't know what order they update in. Which is concerning. Concerning to me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I made a commit before this session. I'm at least like 50% sure that I made a commit, but yeah. Yaku, hello. How's it going? I think that was you that just followed on Twitch, so thank you. Wind system winged, yeah, ha 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 ha. When I did a wind system, I blew it. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. That's so funny. Actually, so funny, you guys. All right, deform, blah, 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 blah. Remove. Deform render target, remove. Wind render target, remove. Yeah. Water render target, remove. Wind render target, remove. And then set. We only need the input grid here. Yeet, yeet, yeet. Yeet. Now, I'm still not really sure how I want to go about input stuff. Because, like, there's some instances where we, you know, where we can get away with writing a low-resolution input being the part that scales the worst. But we can draw a low-resolution input and then like temporal jitter it to a higher resolution render target. But I don't know if I want to do it, because like, for example, the foliage, you know, trampler. Actually, this is called foliage trampler. So the foliage trampler can be 128 by 128, riding to an 128 by 128 render target. Same with the interaction bubbles, same with the wind, but the water the water needs like a 256 by 256 input riding to a minimum 512 by 512 render target. So maybe I could just do... So what are we actually doing in here? So the input grid does the... what's it called? So like it's the lowest resolution stuff. But it does two RVT samples, which then get like stored as values, and then we can just recall it from that grid. We can also do this at a lower resolution, which makes it even cheaper, because we just cache the values and then just get it from the grid itself, which is just an array of values. And these never have to actually be high resolution. So I do like the idea of having just a global, you know, location world space, the landscape and the water pixel heights and that kind of thing. Yeah. Render target's expensive when not run too often. It's a good question. They're not really... I mean, if you're using Niagara to do them, and they are quite small, like under... 512 by 512 is like my maximum. That's like, you know, anything bigger than that, I don't... you know, I don't touch. Let's see what we're... No, what is it? Stat GPU. So, Niagara GPU simulation, 0.25 milliseconds. And I am actually repeating this 3 times. Wait, why did their colors change? What the... It's weird. Does that just mean they're inactive, or... I don't know. Yeah, so I'm doing like 5 render targets of different resolutions, and it's only 0.2 milliseconds, or 0.25. So it really depends on like a lot of factors. The actual writing to the render target isn't that expensive when you do it in Niagara, because it's literally just here, like you just, for each pixel, set the value as a color. So like, not really that expensive. But it can get expensive when you... Depends how many things you're, like, drawing. But yeah. Know very little about render targets, but I wonder if using a render target of size equal to grid size, that is using my world for my grid system, then using render target to replace landscape material under specific tile position. So what kind of grid system, like what's the grid being used for? For like navigation, like traversal and stuff? Using render target to replace landscape material under specific tile position. Ah, so like, one thing that comes to mind is like Age of Empires custom scenario editor drawing like the ground. It's in a grid, and you know it has its own texture, which says like blah, blah. Placing objects, changing type of floor. Yeah, I get ya. For something like changing the type of floor, you might be better with a runtime virtual texture. So like a runtime virtual texture is really cool. I don't know if you've used them before, but it's essentially like a volume. It can be as big as you want. But the nice, so like I've got a video coming out soon about runtime virtual textures and like what not to use them for versus what to use them for. As long as it's not changing often, then they're like essentially free. Like if I hit play and we go stat GPU, virtual texture update is 0.01 milliseconds, so like nothing. That's just like a background checker. And then the actual virtual texture isn't even being computed. If I just quit and started moving, you know, something that's drawing to it around. Okay, well, even now we can't see it. Jesus. What's something bigger? This is... Okay, if I start... can I get it to appear? Fuck's sake. God damn, it's just too efficient. Okay, well, it's not appearing. Oh, no, there it is. Virtual texture, 0.06. Now, obviously, I'm not like drawing a billion things to it, and it's like really low resolution and whatnot, but yeah, it just goes to show that once it has been rendered or updated, it's like, it's free. So yeah, RVTs are like really good for that sort of thing where like, yeah, you put down a building, and you want to, you know, you want to get rid of all the grass around the building that you place. So you have like an invisible, you know, shape with a material that's drawing to the runtime virtual texture. And then you sample that runtime virtual texture in your grass and you say, hey, you know, go invisible in this area. And you can give it like a nice gradient fall off and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, runtime virtual textures are really good. And don't be scared of using multiple runtime virtual textures. So like for something like getting rid of grass or just like general, you know, building data or whatever, you could use a separate RVT volume that's like really low resolution versus like, you know, if you were actually printing textures to an RVT, you'd need it to be like, you know, as high resolution as, you know, whatever you were printing and whatnot. Does the shape have to exist permanently after it's placed? Yeah, so the actors that are like stamping, I call them stamps. They have to exist all the time because anytime that anything is updated on that RVT tile that's like drawing to the RVT or something's added to it, it has to redraw all of them. It's not like a render target where you can just add something to it without affecting everything else. An RVT has to reconstruct every time from the ground up. Which is why, like, I always tell people, like, don't use an RVT for, like, footprints or, you know, like foliage deform stuff. Because, like, you know, let's say you do, like, 1,000 or let's say you've got 100 characters, and they're all leaving footprints in this one RVT tile. Well, now you've got 1,000 footprint actors, and then every time you draw one more footprint, it has to redraw all the other 1,000 footprints to the, you know, to the RVT tile every time someone takes a step. Whereas with a render target, if you're doing that same kind of thing where like it's an event-based footprint system, a render target, you'd just say, oh yeah, let's draw this footprint you know, at this location, bam, you know, we just add those color values on top of the existing ones. And we don't have to redraw all the other footprints. So it's almost like an RVT. Actually, this is a pretty good allegory. A render target is like painting on a canvas, whereas an RVT is like it's like a collage of, you know, bits of paper and whatnot, where like you have to keep all of the bits of paper in their right place even when you like add a new one, you know, and you can take them away without affecting all the other bits. Whereas like a render target, you can't just take away a footprint, because it's like, unless you did in the exact same place with the exact same values but negative and like reversed it. Yeah, that's probably the best way I can put it. Do that because I have a system where I store tile position. Yeah, yeah. I get you. Alright, I don't need any of that. Oh, we get a nice little crash. Session failed. Rigs general proxy data attribute indices. Get type. Alright, this is gonna be something. So I should draw bullet holes with RVT. Yeah, whatever, mate. Yeah, do it. Do it and then get back to me on that one. Alright, let's see what went wrong here. So it is asserting that there was a failure. Water post. So can I just delete the entire doodads? Doesn't look too angry. Don't need them technically. Maybe, yeah, I probably have to get rid of them in the opposite way. Form setup, offset pixel, that's already in there. So that's just setup stage. Right, input RVT. So now if I save and compile, we draw input to RT. Don't want to reopen. This should technically still be drawing the inputs of our feet. Cool. God, you can see how low resolution it is here. It's like, I think it's like 40 centimeters per pixel. Which is pretty yikes. Okay, so now what we need to test is... Yeah, so they're still reading from that, which is fine. We need to see if we can read between thingos. So if we now get our foliage trampler. For my 64v64 SMG shooter. Yeah, do it. Do it. I mean, you gotta do something. You gotta use something for your bullet holes. Definitely couldn't be, you know, debuffer decals. Hey, it works. Okay, let's save first. Lucky I did a commit before this, so we don't need to write input RT. Don't care about water. Don't care about water. Don't care about water. Don't care about wind. Don't care about wind. Deform we do care about. We don't care about the setup stage. We don't care about all of these except for you. You can DIY. You can DIY. So these are just linking. No, interaction bubbles is a separate thinger. Cool. So this will link the... Oh, Can I reference the input grid? You know what? We'll test it first. Well, no, I may as well just set it like that, because... let's save. Compile. No errors. Okay. So this... we're not getting any errors, which is surprising. So add deform input to deform sim is taking input grid, which we on initialize set emitter input grid as system input grid. But I wonder... Let's just see if it works first. I wonder if I can just call it as the system, you know, grid. Also, I feel like we're going to get, like, crashes every few seconds because we're, like... We're going in hard. We're going in very hard. Also, I apologize about my desktop screen background. Like, icons and shit. Can you just make a new... How do you make, like, a new desktop background? Is that, like, something that is doable? Or, like a new desktop page? Windows... What Windows am I on? 10, probably? New desktop. Without icons. Right-click... view, and then... Right, okay. Hey, there we go. I can just hide icons. Fantastic. Beautiful. Why didn't I think of that earlier? No, brother boy. Oh god. We might be in trouble. Myrtle Aurora. Hello. I've got a question. I was making an environment, wanted to add foliage over water, like lotus flowers, moss, etc. How do I go about it? Can't use foliage system on water. Are you using the Unreal water system thinger? Or are you just using, like, shapes for the water? It might be that there could be a setting somewhere. Why is that happening? Assertion failed, original proxy data, attribute none, blah, 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 blah. Grid 2D collection. Okay, no, I think I know how I can fix this. Yeah, so there might just be a setting about translucent objects. It's like when you let me show. So with like translucent stuff, it might be the same with single layer water as well, but if you press T, T allows you to select translucent objects, like it toggles it on and off. So if I like get let's see, like water, this is apparently, yeah, I don't know if it, I press T. Okay, no. So single layer water should be traceable. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't used the Unreal Engine water system myself. It's a weird one. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Is that gonna... No? Okay. What was that? There it goes. Right. Okay, let's see. Hyperons. Apologies. Hello, how's it going? How was the stream? Welcome. You've joined just in time to watch me try and fix a thing. It was fine. Nice. What'd you get up to? What were you working on? Or what were you playing? Or what were you streaming is probably the most general question. Alright, what if I disable and disable? Click save. All disable. And then... So bugs like every time it will get it so... Yeah. Bugs... It do be like that. Alright, what I need to do is delete... Oh no, it's fine. Okay, so if I just disable this stuff... So what's causing the crash then, I wonder? It's like, this will work now. Yeah, this is fine. This is intentional. This is how it should be. Just relax. We're my first project. What's the, what kind of genre? What kind of game you making? Okay, what is causing that? Certain failed original proxy data, attribute indices, original proxy data, attribute indices, get type size, attribute indices, no, attribute indices, get type size, Niagara data interface grid 2D collection, right. So it's one of the getters. So we're live on Twitch, so I ran over here. Middle from YouTube. Well, you've joined the cool club. Twitch is the cool club. Sci-fi survival ARPG. Hell yeah. That sounds lit. Could it be that? Input grid. So now when we go input grid, that doesn't exist anymore. So you get set to null. You are all good for... Interaction bubbles doesn't... exist. Or shouldn't exist. Module cannot be deleted because its owner is disabled. Oh, right. That's gonna... Oh, no, that... Twitch is a cool club. I'm going back to Discord where I found you. Form grid. Okay, so if I save now, compile... Add our input dudes. Hit play. We should get nothing. Good. Well, we get our inputs, which is something. So then in add deform input to deform sim, if we go to system input grid, son of a bitch. God, I'm glad my computer can open up Unreal so fast. Because I feel like we've got a lot more of this on the way. A lot more crashing. Started 3D and Unreal 2 months back, and I just want to say YouTube algorithm is working for your channel. I'm glad to hear it. Are you getting recommended all of the my backlog of videos? Link input system input grid. Okay, now it works. Save compile. Okay, so it's just shitting the bed occasionally. I mean, then I could even just use... Oh, no, maybe it can't do... Which is written in a system stage and can be read anywhere, whereas this... Well, no, it can probably get read to and written. Read and written to. Anyway, let's hit... Oh, let's go back into here. A crash. Yep. That's fine, that's fine. Project size is now nearly 200 gigabyte. Holy moly. That's big. Has something to do with one file. Yeah, yep. That would make sense. It could just be all those textures. Nice. If you crashes for me today, so yeah, do be like that. I'm just kind of like experimenting with making this system a bit more modular, so that like things can be turned on and off really easily, but having them in separate emitter groups rather than just one. Like, this is what it used to be, just one big stack. But I want to kind of do it like this. So they can just be like, oh yeah, let's turn the foliage trampler off. Or let's, well, you have to have the inputs on, but... yeah, I wonder what is causing you. So if I just, let's do that, then we should get an error saying, well, no, yeah, grid, blah, blah, blah. So if I just get rid of anything that's asking for the grid, especially the stages. Yeah, there we go. Now they're angry. Bam, bam. 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 Well, then okay, yeah, so everything's very angry now. So if we instead go to deform setup, sim settings. Oh, system input. Why can I not? So these all get set here, which is fine. Resolutions all get set, everything good, everything good. Then here... Why can we only access input grid? It's because it gets set. What if we enable you again? I mean, it could just be it's been weird because of... well, yeah, deform grid should work. Because it's just set, it's just linking it. So now we should get no errors. But now we just have to plug in... Well, okay, wait. This should technically not crash, but... Yeah, because it's just got nothing to iterate over now. So we're still getting our... No, I don't see our inputs. Yeah. So now we just want to say... deform grid. Well, we can get it here. Why can I not access it? Well, now I can access it here. Is that just because it... Maybe I just yeet that. Input grid. Grid. Deform grid. Blah, blah, blah. System deform grid. I don't know if it will... We'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, there's a crash. Yeah. I have a feeling, because like I'm just kind of moving stuff around, and obviously like references are getting kind of fucked. Maybe I should just reconstruct the modules from zilch. And then thingamajig. I just want to see if, like, in theory, this can work. Like, the crashes don't bother me. It's just, you know, when you are gutting a system this hard, it's to be expected. Okay, so that one gets angry. Is the newest version of Unreal Engine? Yeah, it is. It is. I'm doing very, I'm doing very forbidden things right now. So, it doesn't usually crash this much. Usually I get like one crash every couple of days. And, you know, I save every 10 seconds anyway, so... Just that I'm using an experimental system. And using it very destructively. So why would this one not... Okay, now it did work. That's good. So everything is now set to use the system reference to the deform grid. And everything that needs to access the grid is using the system grid. Yeah. Now here's the... Oh no, that does get set. That doesn't need to be there because that's not real. Save, compile, go to our test map, crash. That's fine, that's fine. So for me, testing, pushing through, pushing the PCG. Yeah. PCG can be a bit temperamental when you start doing real crazy stuff with it. Alright, you're gonna crash on open. You are. Right, what about we... Try merging interactive foliage with PCG. Didn't like that. Right. Oh, you mean like interactive with... Do you mean like is there a plugin? Or the Unreal, like, stock interaction? Bloody, bloody, blah. Alright, let's quit. Go here. Git bash. Git stash. There we go. We're back to square one. Very good. Plugin. Okay, yeah. Does it use... Is it like a logic-based interaction system? So like uses like collision with a foliage component, and then probably uses like custom data to do the jiggling and whatnot. A stateful interaction system. Love me some states. Oh, did I not? Yeah, nice. Yeah. I mean, I do that for... I mean, I used to do that with just like a general jiggle for my foliages. So like, you know, you'd hit it and you'd jiggle it and whatnot, or if like you hit it with a weapon, it would jiggle. I don't know if I will... I mean, I might still do that. Like, I might still have colliders, but like... Collision... Like, let's say you've got like all of these having their own collider. It would be very... I don't know. Expensive. Because it means that like for each character or each thing that has collision has to check its collision against every other thing in that instance, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if instances can do... I don't know how their bounds are calculated. Actually, it might be per instance has their own bounds and whatnot. Because like the first thing that the collision system would do is check the spherical bounds of objects and see if they're like close to each other, and then if they are close enough to each other, like if their bounds are overlapping, then it does like a, you know, the shape collision, like the capsule collision or the box collision or the whatever. But yeah, like the point of my system is that it's stateless. Like we don't use collisions for anything. It's all just approximated using, you know, render target and bloody bloody blah. And that's why I added a like in the bubble render target. If we just look in the B channel, we can see that there's like a really short version of the, you know, of the trail, which is also just like directional, not vector field. So it's like the how much they should be shaking, you know. So like when I'm still, they all get pushed out of the way, you know, like normal. But then if I jump, they all jiggle because I'm moving, and the velocity is, you know, telling them to do thingo. Fellow Dev, as I tell you this news, I imagine expecting people to try the alpha you gave. I imagine expecting a few people to try the alpha you gave 3 people. The next day have 20, have it, and have over 300 hours on it. Oh, hell yeah. I'm excited right now, even stream Twitch Gaming category, even though it's not out. There you go. There you go. Someone's made it big. watch out, we've got the next Fall Guys. What's everyone been playing lately? Lethal Company. We've got the next Lethal Company on the rise. What's your yeah, you can post a clip if you'd like. I shouldn't get too distracted though. Alright, let's start gutting the thing again. So how can we do this less destructively? Well, we know that doing stuff in the system works. So first thing we'll do is get the emitter grids and duplicate to namespace system. So they're just going to exist on system as well. Win grid. Yeah, so now we can put you there. You go there. You go there. And you go there. Oops. There we go. Right, so now if I make an empty emitter, and you're going to be Gipu Compute Sim. Right. So what I want to do is... Oh, now that I've put them there... do they need... No, they're fine. These need to go over here. Using the grids. So you will go there. You go... you don't even need to exist at the moment. Why doesn't the name carry over? So then you are going to be input grid system namespace. You are going to be deform grid namespace. You are going to be wind grid namespace. You're going to be water grid namespace system. Save. Save, 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 compile. Nice. Azdaha, hello, hello. Welcome. Oh. Kind of getting cold. Maybe I should put a jacket on. Right, so now if we hit play, we should be getting nothing. Cool. If I now set references from our system grid system. You are this. You are this. You are that. And you are that. Hit save, compile, blah blah blah. These should all work again. Son of a bitch. Hold on. Setting, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Grid. Ah, right. Overwrite buffer format. There should be half floats. Yeah, cool. Back on track. Cool. Alright, so now that that is fine, we're gonna yeet. We're gonna spaghetti. We're gonna bash. We're gonna git add-a. We're gonna git commit-m moved emitter namespace grids to system. Sweet. Back in we go. Now we start moving stuff around. Spaces in folder paths. No, I don't think so. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, there was. Yeah, Prismatica UE5. Oh, no, I think that is... I don't know, I can't remember. Rightio, so if we have this empty boy right here, and it's angry because it's saying using dynamic bounds mode. Well, it doesn't fucking need bounds in the first place. Whatever, fixed. You're not even like a... You're not a particle system. You're a fucking grid. Alright, so now we want to move... Ah, they're all fucking grouped, aren't they? God damn. Alright, let's just... Well, no, actually, I might not even need that. And I might not even need that here. But we'll just see what happens first. Well, actually, hold on. What if I get our system references to the grids? So, you just... Nah, I don't think it does, Kudo. Because that was using a custom bot. Now we use Nightbot. Could probably do that again using Nightbot. Alright, well, what if we just do set system as emitter for now? So we just chuck all you guys in there. You guys in there, but get rid of you. Okay, well now they're just fucked, so. What are they supposed to be? The user parameter, blah, 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 blah. What is it called? What's that called again? Set render target. the right one? Yeah, it is. Render target user parameter. Form render target. What's all that other shit from? Oh, inherit user parameter settings. Yeah. Okey dokey. Alright, so if we got this, put it in emit update. Can I not just move them? Is that not something I can do? Son of a bitch. Alright, well, hold on. Oh no, that's in particle update. What am I doing? Okay, I still can't fucking do it. Get in my belly. Right, new stage. No, these are their own stages. They're not... Okay, what am I fucking... Well, I still can't do it. Fuck. Generic simulation stage. Fucking whatever. Just do your thing. So that should be able to... Okay, that's just settings, so I can't do that. So what if they went... Why would you fucking work? No, not direct set. Data interface. You're going to be using the form grid as your iteration source. Form setup. Get these. Put them in... Why can I not... Copy. Oh, there it is. Hey, nice. Well, okay, no, so I should be able to just move them then. Oh, they're going to be asking for shitty... Okay, no, I have to copy them. What the fuck? Only single modules, right. Okay, so we just do that. We do that. So can I not copy a stage? No. New stage, wow. Blah, 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 blah. Iteration source, data interface, deform grid. I mean, again, you know what, just save, just be safe. This might be a good time to just do it over the system grid. But, I don't know. So this will be add deform input to deform sim. Deform foliage recovery can probably just be done in here. Honestly. Because we don't need to do that. Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, you know what? You can just go in here. And then get yeeted. Same with you two. And just that whole stage in general. And then these ones here. So we need this one, blah, blah, blah. Draw the deform, doodad. You go right here. And then yeet that whole thinger. Easy. Alright. Save. Compile. Now if we look at... So this is the foliage... Trampler. And this is the input. Sweet. So we don't need an initialize stage. We also don't need a... Wait, do we need an emitter state? Okay, you know what? Let's just see what crashes. Probably gonna get something bad. Oh, wrong thing. Go in here. No crash. Interesting. We get nothing. Okay, that's something. That's something. Why does that... And that is being set, yeah, there. Things modular so you can say that. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Correcto. Let me just turn off everything. Well, no, because the wind should still work. I mean, everything else should still work. They are all fine. Those are all fine. These are all intact. What is it? Why is this black? What does it mean? What does it mean? That's right. I mean, like, if I just re-enable stuff. Because, like, if there was something wrong, it would give me an error, you know? Or would it? Yeah, it would. Or would it? It's hard to tell. Alright, well, what are you doing now? Not much. Let me just double check if we are getting... anything. Apparently not. That's fine. Oh, it could also be something in here, like a setting. Like the render target not getting... Nope, they're not real anymore. Okay, no, everything's fine. Have I, like, turned it off somehow? Like, if I go add empty emitter... Okay, so why are you... Emitter using dynamic bound... Oh, well, that's not an issue. You got the other emitter solo, so it's... I'll get the other one. Oh, how do I... unsolo it? Oops. Is that what that means? Huh? Click the man at the top. The man... Oh, I see. Aha! There we go. Fuck. There must have been a shortcut for that I accidentally clicked. Okay, so we're going to do the blah, 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 draw the inputs, do the stuff. Thank you for that. I would have been stuck on that for like a year. Probably. Alright, render targets. You are not doing anything, so that's fucking great. Deform grid, right to render target. So this isn't even... Oh, it's because it doesn't have a fucking emitter state. Emitter state. Bam. Son of a bitch. Ever understand how Niagara works? It's like magic? Yeah, it is like magic. It is like magic. Lifecycle mode should probably be system now, shouldn't it? Probably. Alright, everything saved, everything good. Blah, blah, blah. Go back to our map. I don't want to read... Oh, you... Attribute indices now. Yeah, so it's because I'm like changing. Maybe I just have to. It's because I'm like moving these bloody references around everywhere to the grids, and the grids have like a. It kind of depends on how many variables you kind of, because all the variables are like declared by like namespace and name. So like when you like add and remove variables, it's like a fucking nightmare. Okay, well now that's fine, but if I go into this map, it's gonna crash because it's, yeah, it's trying to run the thing, but blah 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 blah. Let's just see what happens if I rearrange everything. Punish for refactoring? Yeah. Oh, it do be like that. Let's just see if it's because they were set to system. Nope. No. Still crash. Okay. Yeah, I think if I just delete all references to the grids, the gridses, then rearrange everything, then put the grids back in. You know? You know what I'm saying? It's like if I just said, hey, fuck you guys, bam, you're dead, and like bam and bam, and then saved, and we get a bunch of errors because it's like, oh, I don't know what you're referencing here, brother. Input grid. What's input grid? Haha. How do we like anything that has 0 references? Input grid. Oh god, that's like got 14 fucking. Oh yeah, but can I just yeet it? I can't yeet it because it's locked. What is that even? So I have to like. Okay. Here's how we're gonna do it. We're going to bash. We're gonna git stash. Everything's good. We open up again. And we'll be back to our stable version. Berkua, hello, hello. All right, so yeet that. Delete grid. Delete grid. Let's go through every single thing and just say, hey, you're set to none, and you are now none. Those are just user params, so they're fine. That doesn't need any. How does that not need an input grid? What are you even like fucking referencing? Oh, right, yeah, it doesn't actually. Because it just sets it as an attribute. Was watching a VOD, lo and behold, you're live. Hell yeah. Not to derail you too much, but I recall you using Cascadeur and had a Rococo suit. What animation workflow did you end up liking most? So for the combat animations and stuff, I would do some Rococo takes. Then at the time, the Rococo suite didn't have like inbuilt retargeting, but it does now, which is really good. So I could retarget directly to well, not even retarget. I could capture you know, like motion capture directly to my character skeleton. Previously, I just targeted it in Unreal, then exported it again into Cascadeur. But yeah, I'd be able to do that directly from Rococo into Cascadeur without any sort of middlemaning. And Rococo also does like foot sliding correction, and like you can do like corrections in the Rococo studio, which is nice for like general, like, you know, like, oh, the shoulders are twisted back, or the shoulders are like back here when they should be here, kind of thing, for like the entire doodad. But yeah, so then put it in Cascadeur, and then essentially what I would do, so like whenever you import something, you know, to any animation program, it'll have like every frame keyframed. So essentially what I do in Cascadeur is cut out all of the like sort of in-between frames and stuff. So I just end up with like the key poses and whatnot. And then yeah, and then I can edit it and change it from there and whatnot. But my mocap's never perfect, you always need to adjust. Yeah, exactly. Like, the main reason I have mocap is just to get... Well, at least for, like, the combat animations and stuff. It's just to get those key poses and just, like, general body mechanics. So, like, you know, if I am doing this and I punch, you know, my center of gravity shifts, and, you know, like if I put my arms up here and I move them over here, you know, my head moves, you know, opposite to my hands. You know, like it's just how fucking inertia works. So by doing mocap, we get those, like, yeah, like that secondary motion, exactly. And then it's also really handy for like longer, kind of more boring animations. Like, you know, a character scratching their head or something for like 30 seconds straight. You know, that's something that... Because like the thing is with keyframing animation, like from scratch, it doesn't matter about the complexity of the animation. It just has like a flat time cost with how long the animation goes for. So like, you know, a 5 sec, or even like a 2 second, you know, roundhouse kick to the face might take like, you know, an hour to get really nice. But like 60 seconds of someone sweeping the floor, as boring as that is going to take like an entire day of work. So mocap's really good for those sort of long, drawn-out animations that aren't as like important. They're not like key animations. So it's like, you know, okay, yeah, characters sweeping the floor for 60 seconds in like a loop or whatever. No one's gonna look at that too hard, so we can probably just mocap it, do like a tiny little bit of touch-up, and then just chuck it in the game and not worry about it again. And we, like, you know, that might take like an hour total. Probably even less. Well, if you did all of the animations in one batch with the mocap suit and then went through all of them and, you know, touch them up and whatnot, you'd end up saving a lot of time. So, yeah, there's definitely, like, mocap's definitely not it's not like a magic bullet, you know? It's not like oh, this is gonna turn my game into a AAA game or whatever. It's just like it can speed things up and just kind of make things, you know, easier. Has anyone tried Cascadeur? Not sponsored. Well, ironically, I am sponsored by Cascadeur. Or at least I'm a Cascadeur affiliate. So yes, I have tried it. And it is extremely good. It's the... not biased, but it's the best animation software. Just in general. At least for, like, games and, you know... like, for doing action animations. Like, you know, we need a character doing this or a character doing that. Cascadeur is, like, top tier. You know? If you're doing, like, an entire short film animation, then you'd want to probably do that in Blender with, like, your entire scene and whatnot, or even in Unreal. But, yeah. Rococo affiliate? No, I'm not. I'm not. I might actually contact them, because, like, I've got one of their Gen 1 suits, but I don't have the gloves. And I haven't tried the face capture for Rococo. Which is like, it uses like a phone camera, but, you know. Although I've always been curious how facial capture works, because like, what is the data that it's capturing? Does that make sense? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? My identity, yeah, that's true. Jeez, you are not wrong there. Jesus, I'm gutting this whole thing. It's scary. God, this whole thing is so big. God damn, it's so big. Why is it? Yeah, that's kind of weird, but whatever. Alright, now we save. Save. Compile. It's not going to compile, which is fine. Cool. All right. So now we can so what's referencing? Where's that being referenced? Hello? Ah, in here. Gotcha. Yeet. 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 I don't know if this will really work because it's like all of the... No, it's gotten rid of all the attributes, so that's good actually. Because usually it would say, you know, water grid, and then underneath it it would have emitter water grid attribute name and whatever. Let me just get rid of some of the old stuff. Your render target, it's fine. So let's kill the grid. Kill the grid, kill the grid. Kill the grid. Kill the grid, grid. Alright, everything is gutted. Fantastic. Alright, so now we're just gonna close. We're gonna do this. We're gonna open you up again. Very good. Do you export your animations 30 FPS or 60 from Cascade? I do 30 FPS. I'm trying to think where like 60 FPS would be really necessary. I guess if you were like really heavily using slow motion, you might want 60 FPS animation so that when you slow it down, you've still got all those keyframes in the middle. So you don't get that kind of, like that interpolation jitter where it's like... You know, if I'm like throwing a punch, it's like... You know, that you get in like slow motion and stuff. Like, someone stop me. But yeah, 30's fine. And 30's also, like, smaller, like, space-wise, so... And memory-wise. I don't think it's necessarily, like, cheaper to compute. It's just that, yeah, there is more data. And more data does not necessarily mean it's good. Alright, setup stage, die. Deform, setup, yep. I might also just take one of these and just, like, yeet it as a backup. Don't need... Oh, I might need that. Don't need that. Do need that. Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need you. Do I want to have the bubble and the trample in the same doodad? I mean, they kind of do the same, you know. I mean, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, we'll do that. I mean, I'm pretty sure I didn't... What did I get rid of? Just the thingo. That's fine. Don't need that. Do need that. Don't need that. That's all good. Wind, don't need. Wind, don't need. Water, don't need. Water. Don't need that. So that's just foliage right there. And I'd probably want the bubble. Render target. Bam. Bubble can get yeeted from there. Deform can get yeeted from there. That one doesn't even exist anymore. We're good. Blah, 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 blah. Right, let's grab another of these. So then we'll do our wind. So you don't need setup. You don't need deform, you don't need deform, you don't need deform. We do need wind setup, wind simulation, don't need water setup, don't need water simulation, don't need water post sim, don't need the right to input RT. Do need the wind render target. Right here. And that's all good. Sweet. Next we have the water. Bam, 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 bam. Do need water setup, water sim, don't need that. Do need water render target. I have an ankle, rotate 5 degrees in the 3 frames, makes my, takes my armature and control. Yeah, like when it wraps around, like weird gimbal lock stuff. Like sometimes when it crosses that threshold and it doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Right, so these are now all separated. We've got the inputs, which may or may not need to be, you know, its own thing. I guess because it gets shared, it sort of makes sense to have it in one place. But does it get shared? Because the water will have to use its own inputter. Well, no, unless we just up the resolution of the input. Blah, 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 blah. I don't fucking know, Jesus. But then people don't have the choice to... I mean, yeah, I could give each their own input grid. So, like, foliage input grid. All right, well, now we have to go system, make new grid 2D collection, input grid, and another one, grid 2D collection. What is that? Oh, it's a beard hair. We have the... Do I want to call it the deform grid, or should I just call it the foliage grid? Because, like, it's sort of only used for foliage. Do I really want to rename everything? Yeah. Call it the foliage grid, fuck it. No, I'll call it the deform grid. We need another grid called the water grid. Whoa, Jesus Christ. What are you... Oh, that's a user exposed. No, fuck off. There we go. Also, there's like a bunch of old variables in here that don't need to exist. Grid 2D. Water grid. Grid 2D. Wind grid. Alright, so now we have new, fresh variables. Ready for their... whatever. Okay, wind grid input grid. So, input grid, bam. Deform grid. Bam. Wind grid. Bam. Water grid. Bam. Sweet. So they're all good-ish now. That's gonna set the thing. Yeah. So now if we... So can we iterate over... You know, I'm gonna do a commit real quick. I can always go back to previous commits, so may as well. Git add -a. Git commit -m. Deleted grid variables and rearranged all the stuff. Bam. Is this on Banjo-Kazooie level? No, this is the old school RuneScape soundtrack. It does sound very much like Banjo-Kazooie though. Pretty much anything with a xylophone just sounds like Banjo-Kazooie. So we can't access the... Well, no, can I drag them from here? No. Not interface point. But I'm pretty sure, like, if I say input grid here, and now it's being referenced in here, I can now access it in there, which is kind of weird. Yeah. We'll see. Draw to form capsules, cool. Run direction, blah, 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 that's fine. This iterates over the... for each render target doodad. And the input grid is right there. So this should now work, in theory. This single one. If I just disable the others. System compiled. So we don't even have to set the doodad as the schmoodad. Although I think I do need to do this on system spawn. Set, yeah, the input grid. Override half float. Bam. And then it will set the resolution. Yeah. Alright, so in theory, do we get... Oh shit, look at that. We're getting them. And we're not crashing. New plugin who dis? Yeah, it fucking feels like that. Yeah, so there's our input. Just the input data. Looks dumb as hell, but... that's what our person looks like, you know? Beautiful. All right, so maybe this will work. Maybe this will work. The problem, well, the problems may arise when we start cross-referencing the grids and stuff. But anyway, so now if we go here to the deform, blah blah blah, and we go deform setup. We want to iterate over the deform grid, system deform grid. So deform grid, now that it's referenced in the stack, we can go back here. We can deform grid, iterate over deform grid, offset pixels, blah, 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 blah. You need the deform grid and the input grid. Cool. Add deform input to deform sim, which we might combine, whatever. Or we might combine them into the same stack. Because that's the other thing, right? Is like if someone doesn't need water, you know, water in their project or in their level or whatever, in the input grid, you know, capsule drawer, we're doing like a bunch of stuff to get the water values, like the water input values. Now, the reason I was doing it in one big giga function is that a lot of the, like the drawing of the capsules, all of this here is the exact same between all of the things, so it kind of saves a bunch of processing, which I might even just stick with for most of it. But then it's like, how do I modularize it? Because we can't just like put a fucking boolean in there. Well, actually, we probably could do a switch, static switch. Compile time switch, it selects one branch to compile based on an input parameter. Well, I don't know. It wouldn't be like a true switch, but anyway. Let's just keep doing this. So deform sim, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it might even just be worth doing like the extra cost for a bit more modularity. Deform sim, deform grid, deform foliage recovery doesn't need an input. This one is the deform grid. We're gonna draw deform grid here and here. Now the values are, what's this called? Bubbles. Stat context, interaction bubbles. We could just do it a direct reference, probably makes more sense. So this is the deform pixel, deform grid, deform render target. Right, everything's there. So in theory, I should be able to hit play and not have it crash. And we should see... Huh? Excuse me? Deform render target. Deform render target. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Interaction bubble render. Wait, what's that supposed to be? Yeah, user input render target. Yeah. Pixel value, deform grid, deform render target. Well, if I just say go be red, maybe it's just not getting that variable because I haven't refreshed something, so the variable doesn't exist. So this should now go red. Huh. Okay, maybe it's not getting... We go to deform. And just... yeet that. Just blah blah blah, deform RT. Now it is being referenced. Why is it not getting drawn to? Oops. Yeah, grids are pretty crazy. Generic sim stage settings, deform grid. Can this maybe not pull that reference? Data interface. I mean, what if I just do it over the deform render target? Well, that's why. Hero, hello, welcome back. Glad to hear that you're not dying anymore. Yep, so nothing's happening. It could be that the... So yeah, if the reference to the grid... I mean, why does it work here, though? Input grid, input render target... Oh... I see. Yeah, your boy's just dumb. We just weren't setting it. Like, we have to initialize all of them. I might do them as separate tick boxes. Like that. Just so, yeah, we can choose what gets initialized and what doesn't. So that just takes in... Yeah. Fuck off! You dog! We're so close. We're nearly there. And then we would have spent 2 hours doing... Not much. But it'll be worth it. It will be worth it. So the problem is... Okay, so let's just dereference the deform grid real quick. Yeah. Cool. We good. Now we have to set deform grid here. And we want to set override format, half float. We're good. Save it. Good. Cool. Yeah, so it seems like when it goes to repair references and stuff with like grids and shit, it just fucking dies. Like a lot. And again, it would be because of the nature of the way that, like, variables are declared and, like, passed through and all that kind of bullshit. So now we go through again. We put in the deform grid. We go here. We say deform grid. Ding, 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 ding. No, so close. We're working on today, just doing a little refactor of the interaction system. Basically just moving all of the little bits into their own little emitter, rather than having one big long boy, where, like, you know, someone would have to go through and, like, as an example, they'd need to, let's say you wanted to get rid of, let's say you only wanted the wind, right? And you weren't using any of the other stuff. You would need to go through, well, here, you don't know what here, like, what inputs are drawing to the wind, so whatever. You'd have to disable that. You'd have to disable this, and that, and that. Then you could leave the wind stuff intact, except you would then have to untick add deform input to wind input. Because, you know, we use the deform input to add wind, but if you weren't using the deform section of it, then this is just doing an unnecessary compute. So what I'm thinking is we could actually, you know, this add deform input to wind input. Well, no, I guess we would have to still do that in the wind thing. Because I was saying we could put that in the deform thing, but what if we didn't want the wind, but we wanted the deform? So I don't know. Basically, it's just for long-term modularity and, you know. Also, just being able to turn off an entire thing at runtime. Yeah. Is window volume as well as a position and direction? It's a... The wind is just a velocity. Like, velocity at an XY position. Nothing more, nothing less. Interaction isn't not yet, not yet. I did a little refactor and moved some stuff around, and now I'm just kind of paying the price. You know how it is. Alright, this should technically work now, and we should see a red render target. No! Maybe we just make the iteration source the render target. That would make more sense. Rather than looping over the grid to draw to the render target, we want to loop over the render target to draw the grid to the render target. So I'm pretty sure that's where it's getting angry. So deform render target, draw, deform grid, deform render target. This is just saying execution index to grid index. I was doing this one because its data interface is input render target, and it's saying render target 2D execution to index sample the doodad. So maybe I do want to actually redo this so that this is the execution to index. Bam. Pixel value has to be... Fuck. Well, we could just say... No, because that can't... Oh, no, it's fine. Alright, we're just going to have to try and figure out why it's crashing. Because, yeah, that's hard-coded, because we can't pass that in by name. Whereas I just want to use this one function to do the stuff. So that does have to be deform grid. Well, okay, if I just don't do anything, like, is that the culprit? If we just turn that off. Right, something else. Interesting. I could just, like, leave it how it was. Like, in a big monolithic thing that only I know how it operates. So GameDev works spaghetti code, you keep the key near, right? Yeah. I mean, at least when you're doing a game, that's how it works, but I feel like if you're making a plugin for other people to use, it's a bit more like, you know, it's a bit more how's it going, you know? Alright, let's see if it works now. Okay, interesting. So is it the... Could it maybe be that... Session failed. Original proxy data, attribute indices, number, blah, 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 blah. Attribute indices, get type, size, da, 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 da. Is it maybe that there's just multiple things trying to access it at the same... Well, no, it wouldn't be. Well, no, it could be. I don't know how multiple emitters are like computed inside the one system. Because, like, the thing about having a big monolith is that, like, I know that it gets executed in this order, right? So I can, like, guarantee that everything's all good. Whereas this, I don't know, maybe that's why it's sort of going a bit freaky. Like, if I just dereference input grid there, and now do this, and we save and compile, and go back to this where it's actually running. Right, but then, right, hold on. If I reference input grid in here again, yeah. So it could just be when multiple emitters are trying to access the same doodad. The same system grid 2D. So maybe, you know what, let me just go back. Git, what is it, git log? Git log. Experimenting with separate emitters. Commit this number. Copy. Q. Bash. Fuck, what's the... What is it again? Git checkout? That commit? Local changes following files would be overwritten by checkout. Please commit your changes or... Oh, stash them. Right. Yeah. Alright, now git checkout. Back to you. So we are now switching to blah blah blah. You're in detached head state. You can look around, make experiments with changes, commit them. You can discard any commits you make in this state without impacting any branches or switching back to a branch. If you want to create a new branch and retain commits you create, you may do so now. No. Yeah, so if I... Oh, actually, no. Is that what I wanted to do? Or did I want to do a... revert? Yeah, I know. I should have done git revert. Well, I could still revert. No. Would I want to do a double dash? A git reset. Because if I've checked out to a previous commit... Well, no, if I git commit from now on, does it... I guess it will just, yeah, do its own branchy doodad, so no, yeah, we're fine. So then we have all of our bullshit in a separate little fella. Righty, so if we go to our test level, we go to our grid, what do we got? We've got nothing in there, good. We've got all our stuff in here, and everything is happy. Very cool. We also don't need an initializer. Everything's back as it was. I wish you could color code things. And I also believe the wind wasn't working in here. So we just go example meshes. No, example materials, this one. We add the wind back in. After that, you go there, you go there, you go there. Nice. And now, everything should be fine. We've got the wind, we've got the bubble, the bubble with the jiggle as well, blah, blah, blah. We've got now gracias, deform stuff. Good. Yeah. We've got our water. Yeah. We've got our leaves. Yeah. Everything's fine. Cool. How much plug by the way? $29.99 is my estimate. US, $29.99 US. So it's quite cheap, but that might just be a sale price. I might do it $39.99 and then $29.99 on sale or something. I don't know. At least worth $100. Well, I don't know. $100 implies that I'm gonna give like proper customer support and like help you like make your fucking game for you. And I just don't want to have to deal with that. Plus, I don't want, like, hobbyists to sort of, you know, have, like, anxiety about, like, you know, oh, I'm gonna buy this plugin, but, like, you know, I might not even end up using it, but, like, it's, like, fucking $100, and, you know, now I feel bad. Now I'm just anxious in general. I think we're gonna go for a quantity over... What am I trying to say? More people versus more money. If people want to pay extra, they can join the Patreon. But, you know. Yes, I want to just... Let me just check the grass stuff. I think it definitely needs to be a higher res, just by default. So I'm just going to change the deform res to 256. And then the input will also be 256. Mainly because the water uses that same low res fella. Yeah, so we still get a little bit of like that kind of snapping, but it's better than nothing, honestly. You're probably not going to notice it. I mean, if I did some jitter, it might be better, but I don't know. What's the cost now? 0.28 milliseconds. So it's gone up 0.3 milliseconds, but that's also only drawing 12 shapes. Again, people can adjust the settings however they want. Yeah, this is a lot more accurate now. It's twice as accurate, in fact. Alright, well, there goes 2 hours. There goes 2 hours. We may never get back, but you know, we tried. I tried to make this a little bit more accessible, a little bit more readable, and it just fucked itself. Basically. Cool. Right, now another... you know what, let's just do a quick... plugins, Prismatica, copy, extract. extra asset packs. This one, plugins, delete, paste, open up this one. Just see if there's any dependencies that have not been met. Shader model, blah, 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 that's fine. Okay. Right, I've done something in the reads. What do the reads not have? They've got their textures, which is fine. The fucking normal unpack function is the wrong one. But other than that, it's fine. And aside from that, I think the leaves. What's wrong with you? Don't have the leaf texture. Right, well, that's it. Where's the game? Coolio. Well, I'll fix them up, and then I will send it to Sovereign and just see if there's any extra shit that needs to be done. I should probably do more material functions, but like, how much hand holding do I really want to do? Like, I might at least just do a few. I mean, there's some functions that I will be using with it, so I may as well include them. Like the foliage jiggler is a function that I'll need. Alright, what was it? Materials, textures. I could even just use... No, that's like a whole fucking branch. Let's just copy you in there. There you go. And then... Well, now I can... In here, we use that one, which is in... Prismatica. There it is. And then the other thing was the reads. Which we're just using the wrong normal unpacker. There we go. Fixed. Fixed it. So yeah, here's the foliage jiggler. Did you ever see ohshitgit.com? A whole bunch of issues you can encounter with Git and how to solve them. I might check that out. I mean, I'm pretty familiar with Git for what I need to do with it, but there's definitely been like a couple of times where I'm like, oh fuck, like, what have I done? What have I done? Cool, cool, cool. Now, do I want to do our footprints? I mean, it's probably best to just have something at least. Even if it's not giga performant. I mean, I'm drawing it anyway, so I may as well just fucking make it. Like, all of the logic's there. I mean, all of the math. Right, so this is the deform. So this is like foliage deform. Which is doing over the deform grid, which is a 256er. But then we may have, well, we will have a thinger. A thingamajig. Thingery majiggery. You can use particles, paints, scaly meshes like blood, oil, water, something like that. I have been thinking about it, actually. And if I ever dive back into the Niagara 2D grid rabbit hole again, that's what it would be doing. Because, like, I have a system that, like, does, like, an unwrap of the whole character and, like, does, like, a scene capture to, like, print damage to a render target for the character. Which works fine. But, you know, you don't want to be doing it every frame or something. But then I was thinking, like, well, if I could do it in grids, you could, as long as you could access the world normals. You wouldn't be able to paint across seams, though. I was thinking you could even do, like, blood dripping down a character. Like, you could essentially do a fluid sim on the surface of a character in world space. But no, you'd probably want to do that using actual particles that are then just drawing their location to the thinger. You could do, like, simple things like blurring over time. I mean, you can do that anyway, but I don't know. It would be interesting to look into. This depends on those things on their meshes. Wondering if they're doing RV2. It's likely. I know what you're talking about. No, it's not just a material parameter, because they actually. They could be using skinned decals. which is just like a decal that, you know, warps with the character. Which there's a component, there's a plugin for on the marketplace. I think it's like $50 that can do that. But yeah, it could just be a render target. Although it fades out over time. Which kind of makes me think that it's a skinned decal. And there's sometimes like some weird stretching on it. So yeah, I don't know. No built-in skin decals? No, there isn't. At least not at the moment. Like, you can attach a decal to the actor, or like to the mesh, but it's gonna like do that weird... It'll like move around with the, you know... Like if it's attached to this arm, but it's projecting onto here, it'll like do weird shit. But yeah, there's a plugin that, I forget who made it. He does like a few plugins like that. So yeah. It can be pretty frustrating. I wanted to... You know what, we'll just do it as is now. So we want another grid. This is called the footprint or the surface. The surface grid. Surface. Makes sense. And it'll go at the end. So we'll do a new sim stage, generic simulation stage. Go all the way down to it. You are called. Actually, should go before that. How do I change the name of it? Surface simulation. Surface setup? What the fuck do I call it? Skin decals can be made with render targets. Use shader and mask. Well, so the benefit of using skinned decals is that they can be animated. They can be anime. And they're also not... they're not, like, bound by texel density. And they also don't have to worry about, like, UV seams and stuff. Yeah. Can animate a muscle. Yeah, but then you've got to be updating a render target all the time for, you know, potentially multiple characters. I mean, like, you could do it. You definitely could do it. Do it without render targets. How so? First character only you take a couple of shots seems DK. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all about like the scale. Like if you wanted a character that's gonna accumulate a bunch of wounds and scars and dirt and everything over time, you know, then a render target might be the way to go. But like for a couple of, you know, bang bangs, it's just thingo. You scan the material node where you get the material index, change it to whatever you want. I'm confused. Have I missed something? Ah, can you swap out? Can you swap in and out materials on a character in runtime? Yeah, you can, Hero. Yes. Tom Lumen. Hello. Cheaper alternative to using Reddit. I wanted to try and find a solution. Yeah, so this is the one that I use, sort of. Although I don't have to print these because I just do the unwrap and whatever. This is like the world position. Or the local position, but yeah. How to optimize technique, blah, blah, blah. Using fairly recently added pre-skin local position node. Yep. Replaces the world position we bake. The render target with a pre-skin. Ah, yeah, okay. Doing this fairly require capture once. And then do it to the thing. Yep. Capture reference pose locations, made a quick blueprint modified version of blah blah blah. Eliminates the need for the second render target. Each hit we transform the hit location world space into the pre-skinned local space of the mesh before we apply to the character. Next session I'll explain how to transform the world space. I don't know. Blah blah blah. Yep. Hit render targets entirely. Sphere mask to do the effect. Puts a limit on the number of hits since yeah. Like the original RT effect. Have the sphere mask works consistently. Animated mesh when to use reference pose to place the mask. Yep. And the reference pose example, 1 or 2 images, hit locations already in correct space. So you see the blue and green line. Okay, so it's using like a big pre-built array, kind of, in that example. Scaling the mask based on damage received, drawing blade out over time, fading out wound when enough time has passed. Find it's healed. Yeah, which is just material effect. Although you'd need something that's managing all of that. Yeah. Okay, so that's just using a sphere mask, which, you know. So like this is then just height lerped for the blood effect. Which, like, you know, you wouldn't be able to paint like a big slash on them. You wouldn't be able to like do a color kind of thing. Like you wouldn't be able to just print a decal of like I don't know, like an emblem or something onto a character's clothes with this method. Because then you'd have to have a bunch of different slots that are all running simultaneously and whatnot. So yeah, I mean that scale, that approach there is like a medium scale approach. Or actually, I'd say it's like a low scale approach where, yeah, like it's just material effects and you've got X number of them. So, I mean, if you expect your characters to die in 1 or 2 hits, then maybe having like 10 of them, 10 like, you know, sphere slots might be a way to go. But you could just use Niagara grids, you know, and do it with a render target. But then again, you've got to have a render target per character, which is where that material approach benefits. But then skin decals is kind of like... it's a lot more flexible, and it doesn't need a render target per character. So, I don't know. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is rub? What is rub? You know what tags on individual bones of a skeletal mesh? No. You can put a socket on the bones. Or like a virtual bone. So you could have like... I don't know. I don't know, man. But yeah, you can just create extra sockets that are parented to a bone and give that a name. Is it possible with decals to change vertex position or normal map? It's on overlapping objects like bullet holes. Vertex position. Not with debuffer decals. You can't change world position offset. You can change the normals. In fact, I've got like a video about debuffer decals. Debuffer decals, these nuts. Here, somewhere here. So yeah, like these are decals. Right here. Do I ever move it around? Yeah, so it's like decals, but you can access the debuffer in materials. But they're not super flexible that way. If you want them to blend, if you want to have multiple different blending modes, so like here's an example where like, yeah, we just use a generic damage, you know, decal, but then change the texture like in the material, like you would do with like vertex paint. What's this guy saying? Yo, what him say? You say goodbye. Oh, the one before that, maybe. Yeah, so like if you want to have multiple different kind of blending types, like one of them is hard painted and one of them soft, there are kind of ways to do it, which I sort of explained, but it's a bit of a nightmare when they like overlap and shit. But if you only needed like, I don't know. Did you dig into code a custom decal class based on the built-in ones? Yeah? I guess. I mean, that's what the skin decal dude did. Although it wouldn't be able to affect world position offset because the debuffer is like a screen space effect, and you can't use screen space stuff to affect stuff that affects the depth pass, you know. It might be possible with tessellation, because tessellation's technically not world position offset. Like, it's not vertex stage. It's like in some other stage. But yeah, I don't know. Although I know that the skinned decal component plugin can do world position offset. So it might have its own like kind of rendering method. But it could just be a sort of byproduct of how characters are like rendered, like skin meshes and shit. Yeah, head projects on skin. Yeah. Instead of playing project. Yeah. I mean, like I've already got a system in place that works for me using render targets. But it obviously doesn't scale extremely well. But I kind of need it to like show where armor is damaged, because you know, if you keep hitting armor in the same spot, it'll break through it and whatnot. All right, what did we call the thing? The surface. The surface grid. Hello. In you go. Surface grid. Override. Half float. I also need to give it its own render target. I could even combine it into the one. Actually, I could just do it into the one thing. So height would be in B, R and G would get the normals. A would be leftover, I guess. I wonder what A could be used for. Anyway, I have to make a... What is it? It's render target... Texture render target. Texture render target. You are the surface render target. We also need a one in here. Maybe I'll just fucking use that one. Probably not the best idea. It seems happy. And then you... Why won't you do it? Surface render type. There it goes. Surface setup. Iterate over the surface grid. Hello. Oh, we also need the surface resolution and blah, blah, blah. All right, I'm gonna get something to eat, and then we will finish. We'll put the footprints and stuff back in, and then we ship it. Ow. Then we ship it. So, see you all soon. Hello, we're back. Hero, how would you go about painting damage on a skeletal mesh, then healing them back to their original state? So, that's how I... using render targets, basically. So let's say like red on the render target correlates to a wound. You print to the render target and then periodically, you know, reduce it, you know, deduct red from the render target. Or you could do it purely stateless, by having the time that it was last updated and the current game time, and basically making it like a shader timeline, as I call them. So like time since last updated, you know, and the shader will just calculate how much it needs to have faded out. And then when you hit them again and add more to the render target, you get the last time that it was updated, and you like actually subtract all of that and reset the, you know, the last time it was updated variable. So that way you can have like a smooth, you know, per frame fade out of the wounds or the blood or the whatever, without actually updating the render target over and over. And you could do that with like that sphere method. Like, you don't have to have something ticking to be like, set this one, you know, 0.01 less, and then less and less and less and less, and blah, blah, blah. You could just do it all in the shader using updated time, current time, subtract one from the other. Bingo. Yeah. Yeah. But I won't be doing that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I will move to skin decals, but there's also other things about that I don't like. Like, you wouldn't be able to exclude a skin decal from a particular UV section, which is like kind of how I have my armor. Because like my armor material and character material are like, they're all the same thing. And the UVs are laid out like in a 3x3 grid. So like the character's flesh is up here, and their body armor's here, and their helmets here, and whatever. So we can just say, okay, only print this to this section because it only damaged the body armor. So we print the damage to it, you know, only to this UV section. Even though, like, you know, right underneath it or right next to it was the flesh, we can just exclude it using the UV space. So the render, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe using... render targets requires, like, a lot of setup and a lot of management and a lot of sort of advanced bullshittery. Which isn't fun. So I don't know, maybe... I mean, it depends, like... a decal is easier to manage. Like even just like a regular decal that's just, you know, you just paste it onto them and you just deal with the kind of flickering and whatnot for the time being. You know, it's sort of like the simplest solution would be a decal. And just like a scotch or cut wounds, then have burns on top, or you know, something, not sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I have mine set up. Like, each channel, so, you know, the R, the G, the B, and the A correspond to a different, you know, thing. So I think like red is like just surface blood, and B is something else. Can't remember, but yeah. And then just in the material, you reference that render target, and you just say, hey, when there is red channel, you know, we do this lerp between the original color and the blood color. Like, is it get exponentially expensive from my... Yeah, like, depending on size. I've also noticed that, even just having, like, heaps and heaps of small render targets has a... like, a higher rendering cost than having, like, one big render target. Probably because, like, cache missing and shit. Like in the GPU, VRAM, something. I don't fucking know. But yeah, because I noticed that, you know, like my, I don't know you guys, I don't know how long you guys have been here, but my character material. Just prepare yourselves if you haven't seen it before. I can't wait to redo this, or like add to it, or just reorganize it. We're gonna do a character refactor at something. But anyway, so this character material, you know, there's a bit of stuff going on, but like this bit here, the neural net. So I experimented with this. You know, like every one of these is a parameter. Blah, blah, blah. It's like a modular, you know, fully modular character, combined material, whatever. And someone gave me the idea to offset, you know, all of the stuff to like just a really tiny render target atlas. Because like essentially what this is doing is just creating a grid, like a 3D grid. So it's like, I might even have the image somewhere of the setup for it. Grid. No, Atlas. It'd be called Atlas. Prismatica assets. No. Here's one iteration of it. But then imagine it like with an extra dimension. 4 dimensions, actually. And then... And then one more. Oh, fuck, I fucked it. That's pretty good. Anyway, so this is the this is what that big atlas was. So it's basically just saying, okay, well, the helmet that they've got on. So there's like the equipment textures, which are just in a 3x3 grid, but then within those models, there's like sub keys. So like, you know, the pants model, its texture goes here. The pants, it's got like 3 slots, I guess you could call them. Which, you know, have their own sort of stuff going on. So like, you know, you can have, so the pants is for pants, but it has 3 colors in it. So like 1, 2, and 3, and then just another vector for parameters. So 1, 2, 3p. And then the thighs and the knees are for the, you know, for the plate armor, which goes in a different slot, but like it has 2 different colors and blah, blah, blah. So like, you know, it's just got, basically, I mean, I can just show you a character as an example. If I can find a thing. Like, we just jump in. Oh, the cell shader's not on, but... So an example. Okay, so this shirt is... So it's one item. The shirt item. But it's got two sections, which is the body, which has the brown. It has this orange, and it has this sort of tan color for the drawstring. But then the... Actually, I'll just take my gloves off. Then the sleeves have a different, like, section in here. So we've got the shirt and the sleeves. You know, if I just do another character and whatever. Yeah, here's another example. So, like, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I can just spawn a bunch of shit. And whatnot. Here's, like, another example. We've got the armor. We've got, like, the mantle and whatever. Elfies have physics? Yeah, they do. They have jiggle. Heaps of jiggle. So anyway, so that whole thing, you'd think that it's, like, giga expensive, you know, doing that for every character, every frame, for every... well, I actually offload it to the vertex buffer. So it's per vertex, so... You know, even then, it's actually cheap as fuck. It's a lot cheaper than having even just 2 material slots on a character. Is, like, more costly than doing all this shit, but... Anyway, so the gist of it, I had this set up so that this would render to 3... I think they are, like, 32 by 32 render targets, like, really tiny, really tiny. And when I had 800 characters on screen, the frame rate was half of what it was when just doing this, you know, raw. Going in raw. So the moral of the story is that even if the render targets are tiny, just like the upfront cost of accessing them, or accessing lots of different ones in different, you know, different places, is costly. So, I forget what this whole sidetrack was about, but there you go. What was it about? Render target exponential cost of just having them, of them just existing. Whereas with decals, or even like skinned decals, they also have their own weird, you know, scaling doodads where like each decal is a draw call in the debuffer. So it's I don't know, there's sort of nothing. There is no solution. We're just fucked. We just can't have all the good things. Show the prettiest place in the world of Prismatica as it stands today. There is no world of Prismatica at the moment. I'm just doing systems. No levels. No levels, no gameplay. No content, just systems. That's all the game is. Actually, I could go to my PCG tester. Just shaders, that's right. Only shaders. Map. PCG test map. Oh, but all the trees are going to be blue. No, they're not that blue. And I need the cell shader back on. Systematica. That's... I like that. I like that. Also, I decided... You know how I was talking about the Prismatica large-scale simulation system? The PLUS? The PLUS? PLUS? I thought of a better name for it. It would be the Prismatica Prismatica immersion simulation system. Prismatica immersive simulation system. What do you guys reckon? Prismatica immersive simulation system. I should sell that as a plugin. That'd be a good excuse to just get the word piss on the Epic storefront. Piss. Wow, look at RVTs, man. They're just so good. Yeah, taking the piss. They call me the piss man. No, they don't. They don't call me that. Please don't call me that. Get immersed with... Get submerged. Get submerged in your world with piss. Hello, big girl. Speaking of piss, there's a big cat. Do you know that? Yes, I do, Akuta. Yeah, I remember that level. I don't think it actually exists anymore. I think it got delete because like everything broke. No, cat, you don't like that. You don't like sugar. Hmm? Hmm? Excuse me. Hmm? You would not like that. I'm telling you. Oh, maybe you would. Oh. Hmm? What do you want, big girl? God, you look so fat from that angle, don't you? Hmm? Such a good girl. Look at the beautiful eyes. Hmm? Hmm? Is that good? You give a little skitcher? Give you skitchy skitchy? Ooh, yeah, that's good. Hmm? What's wrong? Hmm? 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 Is that good? Why cats are friendly, have a ragdoll, supposedly friendly spirit on Earth, and hates me? I don't know. I don't know why my cats... I mean, I guess it's because I'm with them, like, literally 24/7. Aren't ya? Aren't ya? Mm. You're a good girl. Hmm? Is that good? Is that good? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Cat knows you're also a goblin. Yeah, exactly. You a good girl? What do you want? Just speak English. What do you need? you just want to play? What about you wait? Like 1 hour, 2 hours. And we'll play? Yeah, just 1 hour. What? What's the cat's name? Ah, that's Lady Cat. The other one's a girl cat and boy cat and Mr. Cat. Every cat hates me for whatever reason. They usually say that you shouldn't trust a person that cats don't like. It means that they're sus. Cats just know. Cats just have they just have a sense, you know? Yeah, I can do that right now, actually. Do I just do it by email? Oh, cat, don't. You son of a... Log in with the witch. Go on, get in your nest. Do you want to say hello? You. Yeah. Come here. Come on, chica. Oh, another cat. Another one. Another one. Another one. Hey, can I have smoocher? No, that's cough. Aren't you gentle? Oh, watch out. Sitting. Can I play with your ears? Oh, yeah. Small dogs dislike me. I think small dogs dislike everyone because they're like... They're all inbred. The other one. Look at this dumb cat. Oh. Let me do your ears. Stupid. You're shedding. Do you want to sit here? Yeah, I'll cross my legs. Oh. Here. Come sit. What's wrong with you? Are you sleepy? There you go. You can sit here. Oh, no, now you're just chilling over here. Such a lovely cat. Yeah, girl cat is one of the one of the goats. A goat cat. She's the most like indoors cat out of the lot. Acha. Smoocher. Sick. Go play with Lady Cat. There you go. Alright, no more cats. We've dealt with the cats. Say goodbye to the cats. Forever. Right. Surface. We have our surface grid. Done interface, blah, 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 blah. That's all fine. So, we want to offload. I'm going to rename this to draw solid capsules. Although it's... I don't know. Actually enjoy watching you interact with the cat. Yeah, we... It's good to take a break every now and then, you know? These are going to need their own thingers. Also, we don't need deform LODs anymore. At least not right now. Deform normal render target is called... actually, no, it doesn't even need any. Well, let's just call it the... No, we've already got the surface render target, yeah. So we can kill that one. Yeah, that one there is... Fuck. You live down here somewhere? Well. Can't wait to lure every cat that spawns in Prismatica to my house. True. Well, I mean, with piss, you'll be able to. Like every one of them. The Prismatica persistent interaction immersion simulation system. The PPIISS. Looking for exporting my vertex animations to Unreal with Blender, but can't find a good plugin for it. It's all outdated. True. True. Is it a bone animation in... what's it called? Is it a bony animation in Blender and you're exporting it as like a vertex animation? Because I'm pretty sure there's a tool in Unreal that will convert what's it called? That will convert bone animations to the other thing. Peruvic, hello. Have you actually looked into Unreal's royalty system? I have, yes. It's just 5% revenue after $1 million. After $1 million revenue. Not after $1 million profit. Alright, so we're gonna surface out. Can I just, like, I can't, I've got to go all the way up here. Je suis. Alright, so we need 3 of these. We need the setup. Surface setup. it is. We need the surface simulation. And we need the... Surface post sim. Oh, did I do that? There you go. I mean, it's in you. Apparently, you need to report quarterly, otherwise, you don't have a million royalty free. Apparently, yeah, it makes sense. You know, if your game is earning, you have to report it. Doesn't that make sense? Otherwise, how do they know when you've reached the million, you know? I mean, Steam probably will be doing that for you anyway. Andrew Kirk, how goes development? It goes. It is, therefore it goes. I'm just doing a tiny little refactor. Just a tiny little one. Just a tiny little one. Oh, not direct set. Data interface. Surface grid. There we go. What's my favorite game? Now that's a damn question, innit? Bloody oath. We need to duplicate surface grid resolution. And when we set surface grid... Wait, do we even need... Oh, yeah, no, we do. We do... Duplicate... Can I rename? Yes. Set... surface... resolution. Do you mean it's the VAT tool? That sounds familiar. I haven't used it. I know Sov used it for his Game Jam game, I think. Or at least tried to use it, or at least considered using it. I can't remember. If you wait... let's see. What time is it? 1:30 a.m. If you wait... probably half an hour. When we raid Sov, you can ask him about it. And yeah, he might run you through it, like how he dealt with it. Top 5 games. Okay, so... shit. Top 5 games. Do you mean like the... top 5 games that have had an impact on me? Or top 5 games that I think are like the best of games that I've played? Because like I've played some games that were shit, but like, you know, but like I played when I was younger, you know. Now, obviously, everything that you play when you're younger is, like, fucking heaps good. But it's not actually that good. Top 5. Neopets is top 1. In fact, Neopets is all top 5. I hope that answered the question. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Neopets is only like 3rd. No, it's not. Yeah, RuneScape would be probably top 1. Like I've been playing RuneScape since 2004. So like actually 20 years. Is when I started. When I played RuneScape for the first time, it was like just about 20 years ago. Actually, no, it would have been even like 2002. 2002 that I started playing. No, it would have been, yeah, 2003, 2004. So yeah, 20 years of RuneScape. Obviously with a big break in the middle, and then old school RuneScape came out. Because I left RuneScape in high school. Because it was so cringe, man. Is that the green croissant looking near it? I had a Chombi, which was like a dinosaur. I had a blue Chombi. Neopets blue Chombi. It was like rare. Yeah, this dude. Hell fucking yeah. Maybe that's why blue's my favorite color. Fuck, maybe I should get a little stuffed one. I don't want to scroll down because there's probably like furry porn of Neopets. So we won't scroll too far. You know how the internet is. Bookmark that for later? Yeah. Hell yeah. Anyway, moving on. We need the the surface grid. Pixel offset. Bam. That's all good. Local man fears internet news at night. Yeah. Never played RuneScape 24 and just can't figure it out. Just keep it that way. Don't get started. Just, I would not recommend anyone play RuneScape. Or start playing RuneScape. Because you won't stop. You know? There's no turning back. Can I not? No, it has to be thingoed. Green Kiko. Let me have a little look. Neopets. Kiko. Oh yeah, these little dudes. These little pricks. Yeah, I vaguely remember. What is this? Nice. That's a very post-ironic meme. I've not played RuneScape either in my late 30s, so I should have played it when it was new. Yeah. I mean, like, it's still, honestly, old school RuneScape is, like, an extremely well-developed game. Like, because it uses the 2001, 2002 engine, like the same engine. So, like, you know, everything is vertex animated. There's no shading. There's no shadows. Everything is just, like, vertex colors. You know, minimal texturing. You know, the game runs on ticks. So like every, I think it's 100 ticks per minute. So every 0.6 seconds, the game updates, like the server updates. So every action you take is quantized to 0.6 second intervals. Which they've really leaned into with all the new, like, post old school RuneScape content. Because, like, essentially because, like, RuneScape originally went to RuneScape 3, which was just, like, trying to be like World of Warcraft, you know, like a more advanced combat system. Because, like, combat, like, most combat in RuneScape is just, like, you click on the enemy, you start attacking them, they attack you back, you know, just back and forth, whatever, you know, eat some food, drink a potion, whatever. That's just like the default sort of combat when you're just like fucking killing monsters. And so they were like, oh, let's like make it more exciting. So you've got like abilities and like you've got like fucking ability rotations and shit. No one liked it. Everyone quit. And there's also like a bunch of other reasons, you know, that it went downhill. Like microtransactions. But then they were like I don't know, like 13 years ago, like a long while ago. No, 10, I think it was 10 or 11, I can't remember. But they were like, you know what? Let's find the 2007 backup version of the game and just fucking put it up and, like, you know, run a server for it. And it had like 2 or 3 staff, like people basically just like keeping it running. And then it blew up again. And so like they started redeveloping the game from that point, having learned all the, you know, the lessons, you know, no microtransactions, keep the combat old school, whatever. So it's like the true, like it's like a second chance to view like the true like vision of RuneScape. So fucking sick. And so they've really leaned into all of the old mechanics and all of the old limitations and stuff. Where like they'll intentionally make it so that, you know, this enemy shoots out like, you know, meteors at you, 1 per tick. I'm going to explain Wook's walking real quick. So the game's made up of tiles, right? Let's just say there's a grid of tiles. So there's this boss called Vorkath. It's a big dragon, right? This is a dragon. And it shoots these fireballs out, and they'll like 1 or 2 hit kill you if you're not moving. So you have to keep moving, you know, walking, blah blah blah, and it will always hit, you know, the tile behind you, or like, you know, where you were essentially. And so you might think like, okay, well, can I move and attack, or like, you know, move and shoot at the same time? But you can't, because attacking will freeze your character while they, you know, while they shoot, and then the next tick they'll move, so you'll get hit. But if you are out of range, so let's say your crossbow, it's range, you know, you can shoot from here and hit the fella. If you stand here and, you know, target the enemy, like click the enemy, you'll get dragged. So you'll attack and move a tile in the same tick. So while the boss is in that phase, the advanced tactic is to Wook's walk, because Wook's invented the method where you click here, so your character moves there. While you're in like this tile-ish, you click there, and you'll go here and path back. And then when you get to this tile-ish. You click the boss, and you'll do an attack and move in the one tick, and then you click and then click here, and you'll do a Wook's walk. You can also do that with melee, but like you don't usually use melee on the boss. So like, just like stupid mechanics that arose from the limitations of the engine, is like they've really leaned into that, and it's fucking sick. It's sick. And like prayer flicking, which is technically a bug, is like it's like, you know, it's like like you have to know how to prayer flick. So like there's like these prayers that negate all, you know, melee damage or magic damage or range damage, but you can only have one up at a time. And they drain your prayer points like quite rapidly. But if you press it on and off within the same tick in like a certain sort of rhythm, the prayer will register, but it won't deduct points. So if you keep, you know, doing this like at a certain tempo and whatever, you'll have the prayer up, but you won't have it won't drain the prayer. Or you can just flash the prayer for one tick and it won't drain your prayer. So like it's like super advanced. Like for a game that, you know, 0.6 second intervals for like any action, it's like there's a lot of shit that is going on. So yeah, it's like emergent gameplay, exactly. So anyway, like, yeah, so like, I don't know. I don't think everyone would enjoy it. Like, there's definitely a sort of nostalgia factor, but it's kind of like become like a game that sort of stands on its own legs now. I think it just hit... Let me check what the... Actually, I can just go to the website. Yeah, so it hit like 220,000 concurrent players the other day, which is like pretty big. So I don't know. I mean, people are obviously enjoying it. I haven't played it in ages, but like it's, yeah, anyway, it's just one of those games that, you know, I'll never stop playing. Because that's the other thing about it, right? I know I'm going on a big fucking tangent, but I guess this is sort of applicable to, like, you know, game design and whatever. But there's so many, like, different intensities that you can play the game at. Like, you can just, you know, have it up on a second monitor and you just click a tree and your character will cut it down for, like, you know, 40 seconds until the tree, you know, despawns, and you click another tree and your inventory fills up with logs and you go deposit them in the bank and you whatever. But then there's also, like, you know, you can do the raids and you can be on fucking Discord and you're coordinating and all that shit. So I think, like, just in general, if your game has multiple intensities that it can be played at, whilst also, like, you know, actually progressing, you know, your character or whatnot, I think that's, like, always a big bonus. Because, I mean, like, I've thought about in Prismatica, because all of the AI, or, like, every action that a character, or, like, the player character does, so let's say, like, cutting down a tree, for example, you know, as a player character, you can manually, you know, go combat mode, keep attacking the tree falls down, keep attacking the branches and the whatever. That's like the player's version of it, but then there's an AI task. So if an AI wants to cut down a tree, then it'll be programmed to, you know, target the tree, combat mode, attack the tree, blah, blah, blah. So I'm thinking, like, for some tasks or some actions that the player can do manually to have like a right-click option for like a almost like an AFK, basically like RuneScape, you know? So you can just like right-click, chop this tree down, and it'll be slower than doing it manually. But just run the AI task and do that. So, you know, you can go and take a piss or have something to drink, or both. You know, you could drink your own piss. While your character cuts the tree down. Yeah. I think that'd be cool. I think that's a winning idea. Everything's just piss, isn't it? Prismatica interactive simulation system. The Prismatica immensely immersive immensely, I don't know. Like during the video of the gameplay, a game that has an immersive world to have an experience, not an experience that exists anywhere. Yeah, I mean that's actually like that's sort of my philosophy with like the long term of this game. Is like, yeah, what if we just create a big old simulation that can exist, you know, independently of a player, and then just chuck the player in there, you know. That's what they did with Kenshi, and Kenshi's like Kenshi's in my top 5 for sure. And like RimWorld. RimWorld is still quite player-centric. In the way that all of like the other colonies and stuff are just like purely approximated. Whereas Kenshi, I mean, it still does, but like they can interact with one another a bit more, like literally. Like a squad from this town or this faction can travel to this other, you know, place and defeat, you know, the fucking bone dogs, the bone dog nest. Whereas in RimWorld, it's just like ticking in the background, like, you know, there's like a chance that this faction will take over this base, but there's no actual like stuff going on behind the scenes. Nice one, Akuto. Is posting links to yeah, you can post any links in the Twitch chat. You just can't on YouTube for some reason. Because YouTube is for, you know, plebeians. Gardening games. What can I use the procedural consideration? Maybe sample those, but when I get my Minecraft name is Guy Terraria, sort of not realistic as a Starbound. It's rain. There's one, oh, it's gonna flashbang everyone, but yeah, this is the one, yeah, the 10,000 balls of oatmeal problem. This is exactly how I felt with Valheim. Like the procedural generation in Valheim, there was never anything like unique about any particular area. Like, you know, you go to Black Forest over here versus Black Forest on the other side of the world, and it's like, you know, just the exact same thing. It's just 10,000 bowls of oatmeal. Whereas Prismatica will be handmade. Handmade using, like, procedural generation to, you know, speed it up a bit. Gardening games. Gardening game keeps generating new content background regardless of whether the player is paying attention to it or not. Brings any surprise it generates to the player on its own. Yeah, there we go. Surprise of the garden and nothing is monumental as isolated temples and deserts. Instead, they're neighborhood surprises. Surprise cause and effect, pushing one small part of an interconnected system, watching the effects reverberate throughout the whole. Player can use a variety of tools to exert influence on the garden, but the ultimate outcome is always shaped by forces entirely outside the player's control. You can water certain flowers, plant certain seeds, but the weather doesn't always agree with your choices of which plants to favor. You can try to plant pink flowers over here and purple flowers over there, but don't be too surprised over the course of a few generations. The indiscriminate activity of pollinators erodes the sharp distinction between the two until it falls entirely away. To play a garden game is to become intimately familiar with the story of bounded space as it changes over time. The player's attention remains fixed on a single, gradually evolving system. It is not scattered throughout a vast world whose individual parts are uniformly disconnected. To know why a garden looks the way it does today is to understand not only the histories of the individual parts, but also the relationships between them, both past and present. In a garden, each individual flower becomes a character in an ongoing story with a personal narrative arc all its own. True, yeah, that's right, yeah. Twitter bots are, yeah, that's true. Yeah, nice. I'm gonna save this and how do I add page? There you go. I'm gonna read that after stream. But yeah, that's exactly what like my methodology will be. Like Kenshi, you know. Like, you can go and wipe out the Holy Nation, or, you know, the fuck, I forget what the anti-Holy Nation faction is called, but, you know, someone else might do it. All right. We've got the surface, blah, 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 blah. We want to... Well, we need to offset. So does this just do... No, it has to be hand done. Can I copy... No, I have to actually do it like this, which is annoying, but... You know. Alright, surface setup, new fella, new scratchy. Offset, surface, pixels, delete. Oh no, I need to keep the input. That can die, that can die. I'm thinking with this surface thinger, so the input's always going to be the same. But that doesn't need to be there. Let's it's just offsetting by... So this is going to be called surface height. And we're going to fade it out based on movement. Yeah. And then U... remove pin. Yeah, so surface height's just going to... Actually, it's going to be a 1D. Sample float. You are called surface height. So yeah, the surface is literally just a height value. Or like a float value. Yeah, no, I have to do it by pixel, don't I? So that's get float. Get previous float value by index. Yeah, but so then what I'm thinking is I'll use an RVT, because I love RVTs, to distinguish between the different kind of like footprint types. Rather than have, you know, a separate channel for each of them. Like, you know, we have the... Or a separate render target for each of them. So one for, like, sand. You know, we do, like, a sand falling down the gradient simulation. Versus just, like, dirt. Or whatever. We can actually just differentiate that in here. Well, maybe not even in here, but... probably in the drawer, but I don't know. Let's do a float. This is called surface height. No, yeah, no, it is. It is surface height. You are stackety. Bam. Why is that one just called offset pixels? That should be called offset deform pixels or offset foliage pixels or some shit. Oh, so that's doing... Actually, no, that is a 4 vector now, isn't it? Because we do the velocity to the B and the A channels. So this here... yeah, this here needs to go into the... fuck. Into the fuck. Down here in the surface sim. Also, I love this music. The Xenaris music. Yeah. What a fucking jam. Is there already a release date planned for Prismatica? Yeah, in about like 20, maybe 23 years from now. That's like the hard cutoff. Apparently I need to play Kenji. I would recommend it. Yeah, Kenji is like really good. It's the most indie game I've ever played. Like, it's super... I don't know. Like, the graphics are really... how do I put it nicely? The graphics are not the focus. Oh no, the graphics have charm. But I don't know, there's just something about like the first time you boot up Kenshi and you got no idea what's going on. Like it's like a magic, it's like playing Minecraft for the first time, you know, like it's a magical moment. And you'll probably die within like 10 minutes. Because like bandits, I don't know, made it through the town gate and just fucked everyone up. And you didn't run away because you thought you could take them on, but you definitely can't. Maybe I'll play Kenshi on stream one day. Because I haven't played it in ages. Downloading now? Hell yeah. I'd also recommend playing it modded. There's a few mods like... There's a few kind of like fixer mods that like just make textures look better and just improve performance. There's also just like extra dialogue mods that are really good. Like, you know, like there's a lot of, there's like a big sort of like vanilla mod community with Kenshi. Like people that are making mods that like supplement the same, like that supplement the game that aren't like, do you know what I mean? You know? Like, it's like like in RimWorld, the vanilla expanded team. Like there's just a lot of mods that just add more vanilla styled content. So like very much in the spirit of the original design. Whereas like, you know, there's some mods that's like, not necessarily just quality of life, but like, improved interfactional, you know, interactions and, just like, yeah, kind of like fixes, like adding like more variation and just more sort of, you know, like more armor that's like balanced, but just like for more visual difference and whatnot. But then there's like, you know, Cat Girls mod. Add anime waifus to Kenshi mod. Frank got the Holy Nation leader, cut off all his limbs, left him to crawl in the desert. Hell yeah. Nice, nice. Evil Badger, never heard of Telegram music you make. This is the old school RuneScape soundtrack. There's like 600 tracks that are just MIDI files. And I just play them in the background. But I do the Prismatica tunes, which I might have floating around somewhere. Like some of them. What was this one again? It's probably heaps of just unfinished ones. Here's like some town music vibes. very, very, very chill. Skip forward a bit. Trying to find all the other ones that... Oh, they, maybe they're on my hard drive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're on my... Actually, you know, I can plug it into my other thing. Oh! Boom, boom, ba-doo. HDD. Prismatica something. Now I'm gonna put these on my desktop. Top of my desk. Actually, I'll just put it in the bounces folder. Hold on. How do I open new window? There we go. All go there. Then there's the title track, which is... Hold on. There's one. So here's the title track. Like you launch the game up. What else we got in here? There's some like nice more ambient stuff. Like, I haven't listened to these in ages. But it gets a bit loud. Should have compressed it, man. Yeah, I do remember that, Akuto. I do remember. I remember. I remember, but I forget how it went. Let's see what else is in this folder. Oh, this one's a... This was like a... what do you call it? Dynamic track test. Just like oscillating the combat track in and out. The combat groove. Get your stank face on. But yeah, so that it will use meta sounds, but that's just I did it in the in my DAW, my DAW, just as like an example, because I want all of the music to be dynamic, so like we'll have multiple intensities and multiple additive layers and whatnot. So it needs to sound good with and without, you know, each layer. I use Pro Tools 11 from 2010 or 2011. Still runs perfect. It was the last Pro Tools version before they went subscription bullshit. So I got it just in time, you know. I invested just in time. You could probably find a crack for it. I mean, they might have, what do you call them? Perpetual licenses for some shit. But yeah. Not a fan of Ableton. I've never used Ableton. I've never used anything but Pro Tools. I mean, Pro Tools isn't ideal for, you know, like creating virtual music, but because I'm from a production background, it's just what I know. What beginning would you recommend in Kenshi? The default one. Where it's one person with one person with the sword. Whatever that one is, that one's decent. Oh, actually, yeah, no, yeah, that one for a first time is probably good. Alright, what else we got in here? We got some strings shit. Stringy boys? I might as well just hijack this. No, but I've... Hey, big chicken! What else is in here? Oh, we got some spooky music. I like this one. Maybe you guys will like it too. It goes. Oh, excuse me, cat. Off there, please. Fuck, I was really channeling my inner Diablo 2 soundtrack when I did this one. What's that strategy turn-based combat game on Hexes made in Unreal Engine called? That's like no, not Songs of Conquest. Don't know. Hero, is it hard to learn how to make music? Well, it took me like 20 years. I've been doing music for like 20 years, so I don't know. You could probably like get started, you know, within a few months, have something going if you tried hard enough. Yeah, I mean, it's like anything, you know. The more time you put in, the better you get at it. All right, what else is in this folder? We've got oh, this one's lit. This one's like fucking epic adventure vibes. Oh, gotcha. Oh god, is that you? That's using sound cue. Fuck. That would have been a nightmare. Get a MIDI keyboard, sound card, DAW, get started. Yeah, I mean, you don't even need a MIDI keyboard. You can just do it straight in your DAW with your mouse. Oh, that's that bit from the title track again. Oh my god. It's a motif. What do you mean swizzle out of bounds? Yeah. Yeah. Started learning theory a few months ago, making some stuff in LMMS. Planning to buy an electric piano sometime. Pretty fun, not too hard starting the basics, make something sound. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to, you know, once you know the sort of basics, to sort of, you know, get something going. That's pleasant. Why did I stop programming in C++? Well, funny thing, I never started. I've never used C++. Also, this is HLSL here, not we're in GPU land, not CPU land right now. The audacity. No, I use Pro Tools, not Audacity. Only audio people will understand that joke. I know, probably everyone understands that joke. How's your game progressing? Release or beta soon? Next question. HLSL is quite similar to C++, so I started by running HLSL in custom nodes. Help me allow getting to C++ afterwards. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I can write, like, very basic HLSL, like, you know, this value plus this value. But that's about it. I've got the hiccups. Alright, you just go up there. We minimize the spaghetti by hiding it under the bed. Hide the spaghetti under the bed. do you pay bills when you don't release something in use? Honestly curious. I have a YouTube channel, and I make tutorials, and I have a Patreon. So the GameDev is just a fun side thing that I like to do. Why was there no symbol swell there? Draw surface to render target. We're also deving for the Quest 2, and the way we were doing dynamic time of days by running millions of line traces. Async. What the fuck? What? What do you mean? I'm so confused. How? Wait, do you mean like you were using line traces to draw like a render target? So like you're doing a fake depth pass? Mobile HDR, so the scene depth. Okay. What the fuck? True, because it's forward rendered. Yeah, that's something else. That's commendable. Congratulations. I thought you meant you were doing like a like you want to know how, you know, light or shaded something is for like a stealth system or something. But no, that's yeah, that's fucked up. But that's funny as. So I was like, yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's mad. That's something I'd cook up. Like it's so dumb that it just might work, you know? Another solution I had was baking distance fields, saving them statically to a volumetric texture. Oh, yeah. Do you not get distance fields in... I guess because Quest is its own... I mean, it's not necessarily about what it's capable of, but it's also like on a technical level, but also just performance in general, because Quest is its own unit. I got distance fields since 5.3. Gotcha. Can you use runtime virtual textures on mobile? Because someone asked earlier if this plugin would work on mobile. And like, there's nothing that wouldn't work aside from the fact that I use runtime virtual textures to do all of the sort of data, you know. Obviously, to work on Quest. Nice. Very cool. Well, there you go. This works on mobile. All right, we've nearly done this refactor. I'm going to quickly use the bathroom and get something to eat. What kind of version control do you use for your projects? Do you feel well covered? I use GitHub. And I use GitHub LFS, large file storage. And I've never had any problems. So, yeah, like I always feel confident that I can just, you know, step back a few commits and whatnot. Sometimes I forget to commit for like a day or two, and then I'm like, rather than just doing a full, you know, check out to the last commit, I have to like go through and individually check out individual files from the last commit and blah blah blah. So as you said, how's that set up? So it's cloud. So GitHub, you get for free. I think it's like 5 gigabytes. But I pay $5 a month for 50 gigabytes and 50 gigabytes of bandwidth. So like I can upload and download 50 gigabytes and blah blah blah. And yeah, I use the large file storage solution as well. So I can just upload the entire and all the assets, and it'll sort all that out for me. But yeah, you could try using Perforce as well, but yeah. But yeah, so get it. So like I've got obviously my local files, but then there's like a copy on, you know, on the cloud. Well, whenever I push, if I push a commit, it will, you know, it'll update all of the files on the cloud, only the ones that have been changed. So like, it's really good with knowing what needs to be updated and whatnot. Big chicken, what's the matter? Been using Perforce in my studio, has been fine so far. Yeah, I've used Perforce once before. I mean, I wasn't like managing it, but you know, it was fine. Like I think the nice thing about, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can do it with Git, but like, yeah, in Perforce with Unreal, you can just like lock a file and like instantly no one else will be able to save changes to it or like edit it. Which is really handy and whatnot. Whereas like with Git, you know, if I'm ever working with people that are changing the same files, I just do like a manual merge. Where it's like, hey, we're going to take my version of this and your version of that, and now we're good. We've resolved all the conflicts. But yeah. Yeah, I'll be back 1 sec. we're back. Hello, hello. It's not my shit whenever we update a struct. There's a thing for that. Oh, actually, I don't know if that would... Basically, the trick with structs. Hot tip. Make sure you listen. Don't miss it. In order to update a struct, like a blueprint struct, without fucking everything up, you've gotta save and close the engine and reopen it, just so you're fresh. Update the struct, you know, add the new value, change the type, whatever. And save it. Then exit the engine, and when it says, do you want to save all of these other files that, you know, have dependencies on that struct? You click no. And then you open the engine again and everything's good to go. Sounds really silly, but that's how you fix it. Right, we need to do... So, did I rename that, actually? No. Right, what do I need? We need... Don't need that, actually. Oh, fuck it. Pretty sure I don't even call this anywhere, because we just use the real... Yeah. You die. What do you recommend to developers who are starting a new process on Unreal Engine 5? It depends. Do you have any previous game dev experience? Do you have any 3D experience? You know, it depends from person to person. Right, we need a new group. Variables. Surface. Resolution. Float. You're a little 512er. What else do we need? We need the... I wish I could... Yeah. This is surface location. Yeah, I need a new... That's it actually, it's just the... Yeah. Calculate position, duplicate, calculate surface position. And blah 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 blah, surface resolution. We need a new parameter in our collection. There you are. A new scalar called... surface resolution. Yeah. So I technically don't need these anymore, so I'm just going to delete them. Even resolution. Jeez, that's big. That doesn't need to exist. That's all good. Surface resolution, blah, 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 blah. And we need the location. We don't need that. I could just replace it, actually. This could just be surface RT location. Bam. That doesn't exist anymore. See ya. Surface RT location. This is surface location. Getting the fella, surface resolution. Surface location. I don't actually need previous anymore. Probably. Surface pixel offset. Surface location. Set. Surface location. Also, why are you splitted? Alright, surface grid. Location. Surface location. Surface resolution. Surface grid pixel offset with the surface pixel offset. And that can fuck off. That should all be getting set. Initial parameters, that's all fine, but then I need to... Yeah, these can just... You know what? I'll keep them there. Just rename them. You are now the surface resolution. Surface grid resolution. Size world space isn't real. Although these do need to be set. Well, one of them does. Which is just the surface resolution. Set. Surface resolution. Blah, 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 blah. Do I even... I guess if we do a blur when we sample, we need to know the resolution so we can Do we? Where do I use the resolution anywhere? I don't actually think we do, but I'll just fucking do it anyway. Right, what happens if I hit play? Does anything happen? Well, we have our bubbles. Bubbles still good. Our deform inputs are obviously being drawn. Our trampler is fine. Our wind is working. Yeah, so nothing's broken. Does our water work? Yes. Cool. Alright, most things work fine. Leaves are all doing leafy things, yeah. Cool. Very swag. Rest in peace, everyone's bitrate. Alright, so let me just check. Is the surface render target? No. Okay, nothing's getting drawn there. Probably for multiple reasons. Does our Niagara surface render target, surface render target. Right, now it is set. Is it going to draw now? Oh, something's happening. Surface render target. Hello. Nothing. Well, that's fine. This means that we haven't set it somewhere. Blah, 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 blah. Surface setup. Offset surface pixel. Surface grid pixel offset. Do I actually... Surface grid pixel offset surface grid location. Wait, why do we need surface grid location? For some reason, probably. Add surface input to surface sim, emitter input grid, surface height. Surface height. Input grid getting surface input. Multiplied by delta time and strength plus that. Plus that. Add them together. Equals new surface height. Right. Let's ignore that for now and just do generate surface normals. It's using the deform grid. That's not it. It's the surface grid, brother. So that is then getting surface height, doing all the shit, puts that in the RG, and the B gets the thinger. Goes into there, surface pixel gets generated. Surface pixel gets drawn to the render target. Surface grid, surface render target. Cool. So in theory, this should work now. We should get a thing. I can see something. Hello, what the fuck? Well, I mean... something's happening. It's just not getting offset. Have I spelled it wrong? Let's see. Offset, surface, pixels. You're iterating over the surface grid. Surface grid pixel offset. User. Mm-hmm. Surface grid pixel offset. Well, actually, no. Let's do a test. If that was one pixel per frame, I guess, we should see it do that. Exactly that. Which means that the data just isn't being sent in. So that's our height map. That's our normals. Looks trippy. Right, so surface grid pixel offset. Surface grid pixel offset. Oh, I know what it is. I'm just dumb as fuck. I'm literally just not calling the function. You fucking idiot. There you go. Lucky I picked up on that. Alright, let's see what happens. Do we get out? Yeah, what the fuck, brother? Excuse me. What are you doing? Why are you jittering? Actually, I think I know why. Because it's using... I mean, how is that even happening? Like, what is even sampling that? Sample, trample, deform. Oh, it's still got the old normals in it. From here. So we need a new function. Well, we could just, let's just do this for now. Fucking, what is it? The surface. Surface render target. Sample. Sample UVs. The render target location is the surface RT location, bam, and the size is the simulation size. Well position is well position, blah 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 blah. RGB is, well, RGB multiplied by 110. Well, no, you know what? Let's do make float 3. Bam, bam, bam. Wait, then what was that? Absolute multiply, blah blah blah. Form footprints input scalar. So this would be the height there. Then you can fuck off. And you can, I don't know. You can also fuck off. Alright, we'll just see if this works now. Yeah, so that should fix the jitter. Because the jitter would be, because we were doing a separate, like a different resolution and blah blah blah. Something, something. There we go. Now, what is this? Oh, that would be the specular, because we've got the cell shader going, so... Oh my god, why is it so damn thick? Oh, because there's no peak blurring. Let me just... Oh, cat. Turn the cell shader off. Yes. What's wrong? Yeah, you didn't want to go outside before. Yeah, I opened the door for you. You didn't want to go. Yes. Okay, well, don't complain. Yeah, I gave you food. What do you want, brother boy? Brother girl. Hmm? What? Yeah, I don't know. I'll be done soon, my cat. Hmm. Do I even... Chico, how's it going? Let me just see if this works. I'm pretty sure I changed all of surface P, and then we get the surface height here and add, well, subtract. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Right, there it goes. So it does need to blur a little bit more. Yeah, this is like, again, this is a really low resolution thing. Oh, the input strength is very strong. I'll say that much. Oh, it's supposed to be 0.1, but I think it's set to 1. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Cool. And then if we puddle it up. Hello, puddles. We get the stuff. I don't think it's not actually getting used in the puddles because in our water blah 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 water setup, get water puddles. You are referencing the deform grid, but you should look at the surface grid because the surface grid. Surface grid, and you are looking for not deform pixel, but sample float. You want to look at surface height. Surface height. And you just go straight into there. Well, been asked 3 billion times, but do you have an idea when the interaction plugin TM will be available for sale? It's a good question. It's done. It's finished. Well, I say it's finished, but I'm, you know, obviously still fucking working on it because I'm dumb as hell. Yeah, soon. Soon TM. That's a 512er. Yeah. It is feature complete. Now it's feature complete. Well, kind of. I'm gonna start... I'm gonna... Actually, Solve already streaming. Let me... Yeah, he is. I won't interrupt him then, but... Yeah, I'm gonna just send it out to some mates and get them to just tell me what sucks ass about it. If it's too hard to use, if it needs more like material function helpers and whatnot. But then I've got to actually like submit it. I'll probably do all of the documentation videos, like how to use it. Will I have to have documentation before I submit it? Or can I... Do you even need documentation when it's being submitted? I don't know. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to putting it on the marketplace. Like, it's just going to be a pain in the ass. But, yeah. Yeah. Alright, let me try something. Let's go stat Gipu. We've got a cheeky little 0.4. 0.4. That's because that thingo is running so hot. If we said surface resolution even higher, then we start getting saucy. So now we're in 0.6 land. Ooh. It's actually not that bad. Wait, GPU simulation. Yeah, 0.6. And this is just a higher resolution now. Is that known? Yeah, although the input is still a low resolution, but we do some temporal jitter. So it's, you know, not that bad. The blur is too strong, but yeah. I mean, honestly, because that's a flat cost there. So it's like a 0.2 millisecond increase to run, you know, the footprint stuff at a 1K resolution. But that's a flat cost. And the input is still like 256 pixel by 256 pixel. Also, I should probably calculate the normals in world space rather than doing like a discrete 1 pixel offset, because it changes how it looks. Let me just look in here. Hello, Surface Man. It still looks like a nightmare. Yeah, and then if I change the input resolution to 512, well, then we start to get very heavy. But again, I mean, like, you know, what's 1 millisecond, you know? Like, how many milliseconds do you get at 60 FPS? Okay, now we're like a bit too fine detail. Yeah, the radius has to be bigger for sure, but I mean with a bit of blur in the sample itself, that would be a lot nicer to look at. And obviously if we were running not at a capped frame rate, we wouldn't get the sort of jitter along it. Or you could set up the feet as you know, previous to current position capsules for like low frame rates. I might even just do that in general, like just draw from the tip of the foot this frame to the previous one, or do both, have the feet and the trail. But if we go to File, Project Settings, 90 FPS, only a measly 11 milliseconds. Fuck. Yeah, how many is 60 FPS? Also, I really don't want to blow my power supply because I'm using my old computer's power supply for this at the moment. Stat FPS 120 FPS. Yeah, easy mode. 16.6 milliseconds. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess if you really... Yeah. Actually, is it because of the jitter that we're getting the weird... Maybe if I just unhook the jitter. Add surface input to surface sim. If we just yeet you straight into there without the jitterer, how does that look? Yeah, still a bit of weird pixely shit. I mean, it is also that the feet are just so fucking small. Like, why is their radius that small? Get a bit bigger, you prick. Components. Blah, 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 blah. Character. Blah, 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 blah. Profiles. Only feet. Radius 11. Full body. What are you? Feet. 8. Right. We need bigger feet. Yo, any... Actually, I'm not even gonna say that. Any feet enjoyers in the chat? It's just a joke. Jeez, what the fuck? What is wrong with you? Okay, so that's with no temporal jitter. It looks like sand, you know? It looks how it is. I mean, yeah, 0.6 milliseconds isn't too bad, like... but that's also using a lot of extra resolution. I mean, yeah, I'd probably want this to be a separate input, honestly. Like, just iterate through the shapes again and do a whole fucking different thing. Maybe I'll do that next session. I mean, that's like black box stuff. It doesn't really matter that much. I could just send it. Let's go here and put you back in. It is the number of cells times 2 divide a circle by that. So yeah. Actually, it should even just be that. Or is that two? No, that's like a full pixel, isn't it? Yeah, I can almost like see that. If we go back to here and put the input resolution back down. Oops. Input resolution to something. 256. Because the lower the input resolution, the better it scales with more shapes being drawn. Honestly, this is fine for my game. Like, you know. Like, this looks great. And it will scale with, you know, 100 characters or whatever. And then I'd actually probably also put the actual resolution of the surface simulation down to 512. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a power of 2. Yeah, this is like where I'd have it for this project. Yeah, maybe that jitter is too much. Probably, I don't know. No ripples, but then, hold on. We draw a little channel, little Chanel. Okay, well that doesn't reach enough, but whatever. Cool, it looks like we're oh, and then let me just, stat Gipu. Niagara GPU simulation, 0.4 milliseconds. Right. We've won the game. We won. We're the winners. 0.4 milliseconds. Very good. For everything all at the once. .4 milliseconds. Look at that. Look at that. We're good. Bam. For some reason, I always think that there's only 100 milliseconds per second, but it's 1,000 milliseconds per second. I don't know why I always think that on, you know, inside, in my heart. Shavi, hello. Would it be wise for RPG begin with advanced locomotion and set solid character movement, then move into about the world? It depends. I mean, just in general, yeah, you want to get the movement feeling good for the main character. In terms of advanced locomotion system, it's like... if there's just one character, like if it's just the main character, and that's like all that's really happening, then advanced locomotion system's pretty good. If you want to have lots of characters on screen at once, I'd probably go... like, learn animation blueprint from scratch and just build your own. Or maybe look at the Lyra animation blueprint. I don't know if it's super straightforward or not, but maybe it's even worse than ALS. But yeah, ALS is very cumbersome and bloated and... I don't know. It can be very roundabout and overly complex for what, you know, most games need. But I think in terms of like just general, you know, starting a game, movement is the place to start. Because movement is like, you know, you're always moving in a game most of the time. So you want it to feel good and you want it to look good. One little trick, if you've ever watched that video about how Overgrowth was developed, Overgrowth by Wolfire Games, I think it was. There's a really good approach where they kept the character as like just a capsule for ages. And just made the game feel like really good and responsive with just, you know, a capsule. Just, you know, a little shape. And then all of the animations just kind of, you know, sit on top of that. So that could be an interesting approach, you know, just start with, you know, just an empty capsule, make the movement feel and, you know, feel good. And then add animations on top of that. Just so you know, ALS insulted Prismatic Dev's mum, so I got some feelings about it. Yeah, fuck ALS. ALS sucks. I love brushing my hair. Just feels so good. Do you guys like brushing your hair? Any hair brushes in the chat? Like hair brushers, not hair brushes. We're all bold. True, true. It's just, you know, game devs. Game devs all bald, but they have beards. That's like the typical... When someone says game dev, I imagine a white guy in his early 30s who's bald and has a beard and most likely has glasses. That's just game dev, you know? Yeah, Gaben style. True. I'm also those accept bold. Okay, well, balding. No, short hair. Short hair / bald. That's just typical, you know. Literally just describe one of my friends who also does game dev. There you go. I wonder how many... I mean, even... Honestly, even Sub fits that, aside from the bald. He's got a beard at the moment. Yeah, and glasses. Yeah. It's just something about... Is it GameDev that, you know, makes people look like that? Or is it just people that look like that get, like, you know, that get started in GameDev? He once got to my chin once, started freezing on morning walks of the sun. Damn. That's rough. Should move to Australia. Australia. Look at that big cat. Don't you look? Yeah. Hmm? Oh, you guys can't even see cat. Oops, wrong button. Baby girl. Hey, can I scritch your tummy? Big fat tummy. Look at this big fat cat. Aren't you a big fat girl? Hmm? Tummy master. Fuck, I wish I was a cat. Do you wish you were a cat? Wish you were a real cat? Sounds crazy you need to be able to box a kangaroo for breakfast. Yeah, it's a bit hard. Sometimes we, you know, you've got to fight over your grass, your breakfast grass. Kangaroos get real defensive about grass. It's the, I don't have time to shave. True. Shaving's actually not very efficient, like time-wise, you know? Because you could just wait for your facial hair to accumulate and then shave it all in one go, rather than, you know, shaving more often, because it takes the same amount of time to shave, regardless of how much facial hair you have. So it's better to just save it up, you know? It's like doing an asynchronous task, you know? It's like offloading to a different thread. That's what shaving is like. Funny girl. You want to play with something? You want a sock? He's so lazy. I think she just likes the smell of it. Big stretchy girl, aren't you? What a good cat. Put your butt away, please. All right. I'm done. I'm too tired to go on. Feel like I'm gonna die. Just got your how's the plugin looking? I imagine you're done for the day. It's gonna be on 5 hours. Yeah. 6 hours actually. But it's good. It's all done. All the features are there. I spent like 2 hours today trying to like refactor and sort of like modularize it so it would be kind of easier to sort of disable and enable, you know, parts of it and whatnot. But it just kept crashing. So I don't know. I think just having it in one big stack is kind of the way to go rather than trying to put it in different emitters because all of the grids do like crosstalk with one another. You know, like the wind draws to the water and the water draws to the deform and the deform draws to the wind and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. But yeah, it's now feature complete. I'll probably do a couple more material functions for like, you know, like the foliage jiggler, you know, the foliage bender, the foliage trampler, the foliage blah blah blah. All that kind of stuff. Which, I mean, like, I've already put it in the materials. The example materials, but they're just not in functions. So, I'll just put it in functions so people can just be like, oh, yeah, I want to, you know, this is like a tall little sapling thingo. I want it to bend out of the way and, you know, when we run over it and that kind of thing. How do you plan out projects like this? I don't. I just do it. I just trust my guts. My big fat guts. Can I ask when the free stream frequently starts? Usually like 6 hours ago from now. Is when like I usually start. Sometimes I start like I don't know. I either start in the afternoon or at night time or in the morning. So, just, I don't know. There's no rhyme or reason to when I stream. It depends, like, what kind of sleep cycle I'm in on any given week. Just when you, like, yeah, like, sometimes I wake up, you know, like, really early, and I'm like, I've got to wait, like, 8 hours until I usually stream. I'm just so fucking bored. Like, I've got nothing to do. I just feel like streaming, so I just start streaming. Yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah, click the notification bell. That's right. Actually, that's not a bad idea, because, like, even if you are a Twitch viewer, if you click the YouTube notification bell, you'll get notified when I go live, so then you know to go to Twitch to watch the stream. Or you could just watch on YouTube, but I wouldn't recommend it, because everyone that watches on YouTube is... Well, we all know about people that watch on YouTube. Anyway, let us raid Mr. Sovereign Dev. Sovereign Dev. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I hope you all had a great time. I'm very glad that the end is in sight. The end is nigh for this damn plugin. I've just got to send it to some people, see what they think, blah, 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 help them implement it, see what the pain points are. But, like, this whole week or 2 weeks, I've been thinking about Prismatica stuff, and I'm excited to start to think about potentially, maybe, doing some coding again. So, it's going to be fun. We're going to work on piss. Ooh, next time. I'm going to work on piss. Prismatica immersive simulation system. Yeah. Prismatica... Yeah, Prismatica immersive simulation system. The or piss for short. Anyway, it's gonna be good. So, thanks everyone for watching. Twitch people, we're gonna be raiding Sovereign, and YouTube people, you guys just do whatever you want to do. So, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye.